And a second aspect of it, of the definition of religion, is a particular system of worship. Now, man, ever since his beginning, has always been concerned with the realm of spirit, the impact of spirit on his existence, his relationship to spirit, and how spirit impacts his reality. And it looks to spirit. He has always looked to the realm of spirit to explain how he came about, how his life is being conducted. And so there is this real idea of an immaterial existence, of immaterial power, and even personalities within that immaterial world that affect mankind. Now, religion provides man language by which to express his spirituality. So any given person can say they are spiritual, but what it is in a given society, religion then codifies a certain kind of language by which to understand spirituality and the realm of spirit, and to form form cohesive bonds amongst members of society, and for them to express that spirituality. Now, with that being so, religion then in itself is not a bad thing. It is human. It is a part of human nature, human society. People can do bad things with religion it because it's establishing forms of behavior, forms of worship, and people can imitate these forms, and without necessarily having the spiritual meaning behind it, or they can twist religious understanding to have meanings totally contrary to that which it was intended to do. But in and of itself, religion is not a bad notion. All right. Now, with that being said, I want to look at Rastafari as a religion, right? We cannot escape that fact. That why we say that Rastafari qualifies as a religion because it involves identifying a deity or deities, having worship centered around the deity or deities, conducting routine rituals pertaining to worship, and having institutions and theology centered upon the deity or deities. Right? As Peter Tosh said when he was talking about the herb, it is against my religion not to smoke herb. So that means that there's a recognition that we're dealing with religion. Rastafari is a religion. Now, a lot of Rastas don't like the idea of saying it is a religion because there's a lot of negative association with a religion. But the fact is that a deity is identified, rituals of worship are involved, you know, and so forth. And chanting of psalms from the Bible, that's also involved. So we have to recognize Rastafari as a religion. Now, we want to look at some prior influences on Rastafari religion before it came in. And as I said, it is a religion, so we're looking at how Rastafari came in as a religion. And the first influence that we can speak of now, I'm drawing primarily from this book, by Rastafari, Roots and Ideology by Barry Shivanes. He had done a complete study. Also, there was a 1960 report done by Professor Rex Nettleford and some others at the University of the West Indies, done at the request of the Rastafari community on Rastafari. And so I want to draw on that. I also want to draw on Leonard Howell's own writing, to reference this argument. All right. So what was the Maya religion about? Right. So this is the Maya religion was one of the early influences that eventually made it into Rastafari, and that is an African centered religion. All right, it was coming out of Africa. It came with the slaves. What did it involve? Let me just read these points. It incorporates ritualistic magic, spiritual possession, and dancing. Its practices focus more on the connection of spirits with humans. Maya placed emphasis on the experience of spirit. It didn't rely on central authority, but on autocratic leadership of charismatic figures. Now, as I'm reading these points, just keep these points in mind because you're gonna see where some of these attitudes in Rastafari where they're derived from. Okay, because these precursors to Rastafari made it, their values made it into Rastafari and contributed to Rastafari. All right. Barry Shivanes remarks on another study published in 1979 that the Maya religion has strong similarities to Central African religious systems, right? That just reinforces the notion that it is from Africa. Maya religion enabled a rebellion to be organized on Pan-African instead of strictly ethnic lines. Now, coming out of, remember the slaves that were coming into Jamaica were drawn from various different tribes in Africa. What the Maya religion did was that it was able to focus on a Pan-Africanist collective so that they could collectively fight against white oppression and white slavery. And what happened? Shortly, there was a rebellion in Jamaica called the Taki Rebellion, which around the 1760s, around there. And it's shortly after the Taki Rebellion, which was inspired by Mile was absorbing and transforming Christian ideas. This is from Barry Shivanes. Mile underwent yet another transformation, right? Another important development in the 1860s. It was influenced by a religious revival begun in Ireland. In 1860, Mile as a religion transformed by the intensity of the Great Revival became two variants, Zion and Pocomania, both on the general name of revival. All spirits are powerful in Pocomania, which is closer to traditional religious systems. Zion retained more semblance of a Christianity. And this is Shivanes reporting. I became convinced that revivalism had remained alive in the Rastafari movement. All right. So this is what's coming into Rastafari. Now, what are we seeing? What can we gather from the Mayal influence? We see Pan-Africanism. We see association of religion and resistance. We see an interpretation of religion through African spectacles. The people, as Shivanes writes, the people valued anti-slavery and anti-establishment and the stance of the non-conformist missionaries, but they also valued their own approach to God. And the other thing to note was that there's an absorption of Christianity that was occurring. All right, they were in an environment of Christianity, and what Shivanes has noted, and what from a study was that Maya had the capacity to absorb new ideas. All right. Now, revivalism and Christianity. So revivalism was really nihilism, if you will, that was being transformed, that had been transformed in 1860 under the Great Revival movement. The Pocomania cultivists worship good and bad spirits, whereas the revival Zionists worship only the good ones, nevertheless believing in the existence of the bad ones. Of the good spirits, Jesus is the most frequently invoked. Belief in the evil spirits also shows the influence of Christian mythology. Chief amongst them is Satan. So what you're getting is a confluence of both Christian ideas and traditional Maya ideas, right? We have multiple spirits involved, but we have the chief of the good spirits is Jesus, chief of the bad spirit is Satan. The principal activity of the spirits, good and bad, is their possessing of individuals. In revivalism, mankind is created by Master God, and the Bible records the true story of creation. So now the Bible is drawn into Maya. They're absorbing Christian ideas. It is accepted. So this was before even Rastafari came into place. So no one can then accuse Rastafari at the point that Maya got into in revivalism got into Rastafari and initiated that growth, no one can then say, well, it was Rastafari just brought in the Bible out of nowhere. The Bible was already part of the revivalist influence that came into Rastafari. In revivalism, the supernatural world communicates with the living through dreams and visions. And this is another thing that of revivalism and mild influence in Rastafari, because Rastafari tend to, when they speak of dreams, they tend to say they have a vision. This is they get a vision last night. All right, so that's where that's coming from. Um, So revivalism and Rastafari. Let's look at some notes that Shivan is right. The character of Rastafari has been shaped by revivalism to a far greater degree than its start. And I have made some notes on a Microsoft Word where I can go through influences of mild influences and revival influences in Rastafari, and we have a whole bunch. So the idea then that Rastafari is, by using the Bible is somehow just a Christian, becoming Christian, or was just shaped by Christianity, and then these guys are Christafari for using the Bible. That's not true. From outset, the Bible was involved, revivalism was involved, which is of African roots. Barishit Vanes described a Rastafari observation of Ethiopian Christmas in 1974. So what's that? That's a Christian feature celebrating Ethiopian Christmas. It's not just celebrating Christmas, which is a biblical idea, but doing it through the eyes of Ethiopia. And here's the other thing that's involved. He notes the most striking feature to me was the closeness of the service to revivalism. In the middle of the proceedings stood a table covered with a white cloth. On it were open Bibles. So, and this is up to 1974. So revivalism mixed in, Bibles mixed in, Christianity mixed in. It was always part of Rastafari. That's nothing new. The emergence of Maya, its development into revival, and the reconstruction of a worldview in response to European subjugation and dominance provided solid foundations for the later achievements realized by Rastafari. No. So we have revivalism as a contributing factor, as a major contributing factor that was feeding into Rastafari. Here's the other thing, that the other movement that was contributing predominantly and significantly to the development of Rastafari, Ethiopianism. Let me just read so we get a definition. Ethiopianism in North America owes its origin to the Bible, which had a liberatory promise and which, when contrasted with the indignities of plantation bondage, showed the black man in a dignified and humane light. Rasta, Rastafari view Zion as view Ethiopia as Zion, and therefore the movement has been regarded as an extant example of Ethiopianism. This was another stream that was coming into Rastafari. Strictly speaking, then Ethiopianism in Jamaica can be said to have begun with the introduction of the Bible. Two major streams mentioned thus far. Um, Nihilism or revivalism, Ethiopianism, both involve the Bible, and these were what was coming into Rastafari in its very beginning. Now, we have to talk about street preachers, because the street preachers that were cropping up in Jamaica in the late 19th century and coming into the early 20th century, they were very important in transmitting revivalist ideas and both Ethiopianism, and they were using a Bible. This was what they were using. They were preachers. There were a number of revivalist street preachers in the spirit of Ethiopianism who advocated for the black masses against the colonial regime. In Shivanis's words, undoubtedly the most successful preacher was Alexander Bedward. He headed a mass following whom he fired with hatred for their colonial oppression. Now that you can connect back with Maya revolt, the Taki rebellion, that religion is being connected with resistance. And this is what the street preachers were doing. The Bedward movement comprised a network of loosely attached revival groups besides having a church around Bedward himself. Racism in its many forms was one of the main targets for attack by a revival leader, Bedward himself. So this is what's coming into Rastafari. Resistance, fight against racism, using the Bible to and interpreting the Bible for that kind of attack against white colonialism, white supremacy, white attack, and interpret basically interpreting their Christianity through African lenses and to the benefit of the black masses. The other great movement that came along was Garveyism, right? And Garveyism, if we look at Garveyism just briefly, this is the fourth point down. Garveyism fiercely advocated for black nationalism, Afrocentrism, Pan-Africanism, and black empowerment. Garveyism was drawing life from movement from people that were already in Jamaica, that leaders that were already advocating these ideas, but with Garveyism, it galvanized these ideas to a powerful force. Now, preachers kept alive the consciousness about Africa, urban and rural poor, paving the way for Garvey, right? So the preachers were there; they were preaching. Garvey, they were setting up the conditions for Garvey to come forward and to have his impact. Like the many preachers before him, Garvey tirelessly used biblical references to the name of Ethiopia. So Garveyism was drawing breath of Ethiopianism, it was drawing breath of revivalism, and all this involved, and it involved Pan-Africanism and seeing black people's struggles and trying to uplift the people through that interpretation, this interpretation which was not provided by Europe. To the Bedwarderites of his day, Garvey was the reincarnation of Moses. This is how powerful that Garvey, the impact that Garvey was having. In Garveyism, we have one of the ideological foundations for the Rastafari religion, because Garveyism now was going to take Ethiopianism and revivalism to its next great important level. And this was what was going to now stimulate the birth of Rastafari. Now, what drew Rastafari into being was Garvey wrote and staged plays. One of them entitled "The Coronation of the King and Queen of Africa," and there was a sentiment in the play. This was in 1929, after Garvey was deported, that there was expected to be a coronation of a king and queen in Africa. This was what the people who were following Garvey, who were in audience of his play. This was the message that was being spread. Here is one of the testimony of his informants, of the informants that contributed to Shivanis's book. He said he always passed sentiments informing us that there shall be a coronation of an African king. He spoke at Edelweiss Park that there is a prince in Africa to be crowned king for the black people of the world. So Garvey was actually setting up that expectation. Now, Rastafari compare Garvey to John the Baptist because of their common role as precursors. So Garvey was setting up this thing whereby whereby there was an expectation that there was a coming king and a queen, a prophecy. All right. The early Rastafari converts. The early Rastafari converts first, once Garvey set up that prophecy, and once Haile Selassie was crowned in Ethiopia in 1930, which was a year after Garvey's play, and the prophecy was simmering in people's minds, the first leaders of Rastafari, the most prominent leaders, were now beginning to say, well, Garvey had set up this prophecy. We're seeing this king crowned in Africa. Then they're reading their Bible, the Bible, to interpret it that who is crowned in Africa is who Garvey spoke about. So let me just read just the third bulletin third bullet down. The first most important leaders of Rastafari were men who also were led into the faith by Garvey's prophecy. In November 1930, Rastafari was crowned Emperor Haile Selassie, King of Kings, Lord of Lords, and the conquering Lion of Judah. Some Jamaicans of a Garveyite persuasion way that they then began to consult their Bibles. Could this be he of whom Garvey spoke? A number of texts show that it was. So they were consulting their Bibles. In addition, there were those who were converting to Rastafari. They themselves were being shaped by the Bible and impressed by the Bible. Also the light in a process shaped by traditional faith in the Bible, a quest by the quest of redemption from material and racial oppression. Let me just see if I can move this thing. Cutting off part of the screen. Yeah, also the light in a process shaped by traditional faith in the Bible and by the quest for redemption from material and spiritual oppression. So the idea of the king and queen being crowned was being linked to the idea of redemption, freedom from racial oppression, and it was being seen through the Bible. It wasn't like, oh, throw away the Bible has nothing to do with this. In most cases of conversion, the Bible, the infallible written word of God, becomes the final arbiter, the source of ultimate appeal. Many Rastafari were converted because of its power. All right, so that just to settle that argument, it wasn't that later Rastafari came and just brought in the Bible. The Bible from the very outset was integral and important to the forming of Rastafari. Let's take it on. Now, why was Rastafari in conflict with the rest of society? It wasn't. They weren't in conflict with the rest of society because the rest of society accept the Bible and they didn't. That's not what brought them into conflict. What brought them into conflict with the rest of society was that they accepted a different interpretation. The interpretation of the Bible given through white supremacy was that black people were sons of they were cursed. Black people were degenerate. They deserved their condition of slavery. The interpretation was that Jesus was white, that white was idealized and superior. What Ethiopianism and Rastafari brought to the Bible was not to throw away the Bible, but reinterpret it. Let me just quote Shivanis here. Because Rastafari bases its teachings on the Bible, the same sources of Christian orthodoxy, some of my informants were given a different interpretation to its contents, also accused the traditional churches of distorting or hiding the truth from the people. So their accusation was that the Bible, what was being taught, was the wrong interpretation. And when we get into Leonard Howell's book, we'll see where he's saying basically how the Bible is being taught is the wrong interpretation. It's debilitating to the human mind. Bob Marley said the same thing. The Bible is to be loved. That when it is, if it is read the right way, it is to be loved. It's not about burning the Bible, as that is now popular in some circles, and casting away the Bible. It is about the interpretation. Let me just read this other thing. Discovery of the truths hidden in the Bible about black people, the awakening of the revelation of the true and black Messiah gave Rastafari a conviction, brought the Rastafari into confrontation with the establishment. That was it. The truths hidden in the Bible that highlighted black beauty, the black place in history, black place in the Bible, that's what brought them into conflict with the establishment. Now, street meetings was part of the way that Rastafari was being spread in the early days of Rastafari. That was building on the tradition that of the earlier revivalist preachers who were really, a lot of them were street preachers. Some might have had church or whatever, but they were street preachers. And so this was the early Rastafari was building on that tradition of street preaching, and the earliest founders of Rastafari were street preachers. Let me just read this thing quickly. The main channel in passing on Rastafari beliefs was a street meeting where the speakers expounded the doctrine, backed up their words with references from the Bible or from documents relating to the coronation of Rastafari, prayed in the name of the returned Messiah, the reincarnated Jesus. They understood Christianity, they had accepted it, but they're saying, well, Christ in this time as a black man, it was liberating for them. This was their freedom, just the very thought. All right. Rastafari street meetings up to the 1940s took the revival form. The group would set up accompanied on the familiar instruments of drum, tambourine, and shaker. These are the things that still made it into Rastafari today. The drums and using that as a form of communication, using drums in meetings and so forth. It does appear from all my other informants that the main activity of the early preachers was centered on establishing the theological claim that Selassie was the returned Messiah. Now that statement alone defeats the argument that some people said, well, Rastafari is a political organization. It started as a political organization and became religious. That's not true. It was
Brother Nigel, I'm just telling you, I'll give you 3 more minutes of this presentation round, and then we'll switch to Brother Capra, and then we'll come forward again, yeah?
All right.
So continue.
Yeah. So I have to wrap this up. So the idea being then that Rastafari was I just lost my train of thought. But this was the return Messiah, basically. And that this was the one to be expected. This was the one predicted in the Bible. Let me just go through these quickly. The prominent Rastafari founders, the prominent founders of Rastafari came to Rastafari independently. The founders were street preachers. Throughout their ministry, they sometimes had links with each other. And that shouldn't surprise us that they were independent preachers who discovered Rastafari independently, because the movements in Jamaica were already there, and the prophecy of Garvey was there. It didn't take much for them to come to that conclusion. Here's one of the street preachers, Robert Hines. For Robert Hines, the Bedwardite preacher, the main change in his religious outlook was the identity of Jesus Christ, black and reincarnate. Robert Hines was a follower of Bedward and also a Garveyite. Hines was undoubtedly the most successful of all early Rastafari. All right, I'll just skip on. Archibald Dunkley studied the Bible for 2.5 years on his own to determine whether Haile Selassie was the Messiah whom Garvey prophesied. That was from the Rastafari movement report. One of Dunkley's attractions was his possession of the book of Maccabees, a part of the Bible not found in the King James Version. Notice everything, they are preachers, the Bible. Joseph Hibbert. Mr. Hibbert began to preach Haile Selassie as the King of Kings, the returned Messiah, and the Redeemer of Israel. Hibbert proceeded to develop the Ethiopian Coptic Church and had certain extracts from the Ethiopic Bible of Saint Sosimas. In 1970, Hibbert formally invited the Archbishop Laike Mandefro, whom Haile Selassie had sent to Jamaica as emissary of the Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church, to teach Rastafari about the Orthodox faith, and in about 1970, Mandefro named Hibbert as spiritual organizer. That's just from Wikipedia. Leonard Howell is often referred to as the first Rasta. He not only did street preaching in Kingston, he also traveled to St. Thomas to preach. He established a Rastafari community at Pinnacle and St. Catherine. While in prison, he wrote the Promise Key, and we can get into the Promise Key and so forth and so on. Where am I? Number 21. But
all right, man. So Brother Nigel, no need to rush through it, man, because we have ample time to deal with. So give thanks for a strong opening, man.
Yeah, bless.
Yes, right. So right now at this point, I'd ask Brother Capra to unmute yourself and going on the topic of Rastafari,
Yes,
contemporary view of
Rastafari.
the Bible.
Yes, Rastafari. I didn't prepare a slide presentation. I kind of missed that memo. I was thinking that our engagement would have had a different format. However, even if I had a slide presentation, I would have shelved that still. But Brother Nigel and I and a few others have been exchanging ideas about this issue for a while now. And I think it's not that we don't accept some of the things that he's saying, but I think we've been missing each other on a very nuanced, kind of subtle issue. And because much of what he presented here today, no one can go against it, and much of it as well support the points that I've been trying to get over to Ras Nigel in our previous discussions, right? I hold a position, right? And this is based on the historical awareness of the process of enslavement. From the moment that Europeans entered Africa and started the process of the enslavement of African people began a process of resistance, right? From on the continent, coming through the passage via the Atlantic, when they reached these shores, Africans utilized every aspect of their culture to resist the process of enslavement, right? They jumped overboard, committed suicide, and all these different things, right? When they got here, so many different revolutions happened. The Caribbean was the hotspot for revolutionary and rebellious activities throughout the world, right? If we check at aspects of what can I say? Different aspects of the African culture that started to evolve, right? From the meals, Europeans gave the Africans scraps, the leftovers, and Africans would take it and go and make something, something that was palatable from the scraps that were thrown away, and all these different things. We spoke concerning the language. Many people do not know that many of the Creoles and all these different things that are spoken by Africans in the Caribbean are actually an African language that just adopted English words, right? I brought it to his attention and he agreed with that. So I was trying to tell him that the use of the Bible was just a similar act by Africans in the efforts towards resisting, towards liberation, towards self-determination, right? It's not that Rastafari was Christian who adopted these various African aspects. From the presentation that he just gave, he provided the evidence of the revivalist movement. And, he quoted Dr. Chavanes, where he said, let me see, I wrote it here. The character of Rastafari has been shaped by revivalism to a greater degree than its start, right? And what did he just explain about revivalism? It was a process where Africans were utilizing various aspects of their environment that they had available to create a culture of resistance, something that was functional in the process of resistance, right? So it's not where, as he's trying to say that, well, Rastafari was a Christian sect, and then somewhere along the line, they started to adopt these African aspects. These things came into Rastafari. Nothing of the sort, right? Because as you said, some of the aspects of the revivalism, like Pan-African and these things, I'm trying to say to him that these things form the bedrock, the foundation of the Rastafari movement, right? these things were essential from the beginning, right? And weren't things that were later adopted into the Rastafari movement, right? So it was a greater process than what they're trying to portray, as though the mission of this African resistance process was about creating some religion. It wasn't about creating a religion, you know. It was about restoring ourselves, right? It was about returning home, not only physically, but, you know, in irates, in culture, and these different things, right? So I think somehow, you know, and I'm not denying also the role that the Bible has played, right? To me, it's a beautiful thing, right? To know that Africans could have incorporated all these different things into a culture of resistance that was successful, even though it took aspects of European culture and all these different things, right? So that has been the foundation of my argument in engaging the brother. But somehow he was, I don't know where we missed each other, but that happened, you know. However, as young Rastafari, you know, I'm only in my 30s, we come up under different influence than Rastafari in its initial, you know, in its birth, you know, because like I said, at that time, the Bible was all that Africans had, basically, you know, because in the early 1800s, just before slavery, when the whole educational process of Africans started, it was basically a biblical education, right? So the Bible formed the worldview of a lot of the Africans, right? So what I'm saying, basically, I'm now moving into the whole aspect of you know, should the Bible be the primary conceptual framework of Rastafari? I hold the view that it shouldn't, because of the fact that I see that the efforts really, I like to use the phrase that, you know, the process of the African is about returning to the source, returning to the heights from which we fell as a people, you know? And that heights wasn't a religion, you know, it was something that was more comprehensive, something that was broader than just a religion that people are trying to make Rastafari into today. You know, and I think that that's a part of the process. That's a part of the problem. Because if we see our mission as just building a religion, then, you know, what about the other aspects of nationhood? You know, what about housing and clothing and feeding ourselves? What about establishing systems, you know, to perpetuate the culture and all these different things? So I don't agree that the Bible should be the primary conceptual framework. Our forefathers, that's all they had. But in this time, we have options, because as young Rastafari come now into the movement, we have a whole reservoir of information, new research, and all these different things. We have intellectual giants who spend their life going after to reclaim and to reconstruct the African story. You know, people like Ivan Van Sortimo and Dr. John Henry Clark and Sheikh Anta Diop and all these people, Joseph Ben Jokanan, right? And they were the academics who went in search of certain knowledge and you know, presented it to the community, that young Rastas like myself have been influenced by those things, right? And so we cannot just narrow our perspective to a book. You know, that is some of the issues that we have with people who just want to push this Bible position on Rastafari. You know, again, the information that he presented shows, like I said before, Africans taking multiple aspects from their environment to make up something, to make up a culture of resistance, you know. And why should we discontinue that in this time when we have additional ammunition for the battle that we're in, right? In more recent times, and this is something that I embrace in more recent times, where we had more so in the US, Africans who were going after the African heritage, you know, digging it up and sifting it out and presenting it to the African community. Several of them came together and basically discussed the issue of what is the general problem facing the Africans in the diaspora. And after much deliberation, they settled on the issue of culture, right? And their position was that Africans somehow do not have at present a culture that is functional, a culture that supports our growth and development, right? And so they decided that the Africans should adopt from our history, from our heritage, a paradigm, a classical African civilization that could serve as the paradigm to re-inspire the Africans towards where we needed to go, right? And so they settled on the African civilization, classical civilization of ancient Egypt, and for several reasons. One of it was that ancient Egypt, unlike any other African civilization, has a wealth of written material, right? Has a wealth of written material that spans many millennia into the African past, right? So that was one thing. The second thing was the level of achievement in human civilization and culture, in human knowledge that ancient Egypt had reached, right? And so that too was one of the reasons that they decided to choose ancient Egypt. And also the last thing I think was the significance that ancient Egypt had with the link that ancient Egypt had with the other African civilizations. As we know, many of the royal families in ancient West African kingdoms trace their lineage back to the Nile Valley, right? But not only did ancient Egypt had a connection with those African civilizations, it also had a connection to what they call the Mediterranean, but Western civilization, which came through Greece and Rome, right? We know that it was from ancient Egypt that Greece and Rome learned, right? So they decided to adopt ancient Egypt as the classical African civilization that would serve as an example for the African diaspora to follow in its effort to rebuild itself and to return to the heights from which it fell, right? So these are some of the things that having access to, you cannot just narrow the focus of Rastafari to say that, you know, Rastafari is a religion and, you know, somehow it's just all about the Bible and you know, forget about African history and African culture and all these different things. You cannot do that, you know. And so we find ourselves now in conflict with races from that time who had access to limited information about the African heritage, history, with the young people now who are, you know, who have access to all this information and who now would start to question certain things, like the Bible itself. You know, I don't see that it was probably relevant at the time, but I don't see it as relevant now because of the fact that, you know, we have all this information, the fact that we've been reconnected to Africa, you know, the things that they took from us and they hid from us is no longer hidden from us. So why should we just say, well, you know, this is what we have, let's settle with this. You know, we have the Bible, we have, you know, we have certain aspects of that resistant culture. You know, let's just settle with that and don't repatriate our minds and try to repair the culture that we have. You know, many things in the past that were functional are now dysfunctional. I think it was Dr. Jideofor who, you know, presented evidence to support that view. You know, she did a study. She's a social worker like myself. She did a study on something she called post-traumatic slave syndrome, right? And what she basically said is that, for example, in times of enslavement, you know, if you had a parent who had an African child that had some outstanding or remarkable quality, you know, if it is that it was known to the slave master, then that child would be taken away, right? So they did their best to hide it. So, for example, she said, like, you know, if the child was brilliant, you know, and slave master notice it and reference it, she would say, no, he's stupid. You know, he know nothing, he incapable in this, and you know, at that time, that kind of behavior was functional because of the fact that you wanted to keep your child. But then that culture perpetuated itself all the way down to now without any intervention. And we find ourselves as an African family still doing those things, but now those things have become dysfunctional. You know, so not because something was functional at a particular time in our history means that it is still relevant to this time. You know, so I acknowledge the role that the Bible has played, you know, but I'm saying that in this time of information, in this time of our reconnection to Africa, you know, we have a thriving Rastafari community in Africa. Why is it that we're not now using that wealth of knowledge that we have available to us to refine the culture of Rastafari? You know, to rebuild ourselves, our African selves, to restore ourselves, you know, rather than just say, well, you know what, you know, let's settle with the things that we inherited from the Europeans and, you know, everything will be all right. To me, it still smacks of some kind of African colonial mentality. You know, we need to start getting rid of all the vestiges of colonialism and enslavement, you know, because that is open up and available to us now. Even in the 80s, when Rastafari had a conference and came up with 22 proposals, even then, the discussion that we are having now was put on the table in those 22 proposals to question the relevance of the Bible towards the Rastafari movement moving forward. You know, so this is not, you know, some new idea. It's just that it was never followed up on, you know. So this is where we're at. I don't want to go on for too long, you know. Like I said, I thought we would have been having a different format. So, you know, more kind of, you know, engaging
Well,
and
give
so I
thanks.
settle with that.
You basically now went for the 20 minutes time frame, so like you have a natural clock going on. So
Okay.
give thanks for the reasoning.
Yeah,
Brother Nigel, I don't know if you want to continue on from where you was presenting, or if you want to address something.
Yeah, yeah. I will continue from where I was presenting. I just want to make some quick points to this brother that just Rastafari.
All right.
First of
Remember,
all,
if you want, you could line up and share your screen if you want. Yeah.
yeah. I'm going to go back to it in a second. But just in terms of the discussion that we were having, right? First of all, there was denial of even the Bible being an influence in Rastafari. And so why I actually had to go through this history and show, okay, listen, we have a tradition of using the Bible, because I was having these discussions back and forth as to whether the Bible was even present. Because you have a lot of people under the impression that there was no Bible in the Rastafari was something later. Other thing that you said was, you know, that people keep pushing this Bible thing. It's not that we were pushing it. It was already a part of who we are. That's what I was trying to explain. And the other thing I was trying to point out is Rastafari started out as a religion. It was a religion. The resistance, that is the far concept of what it is that they were defining, who they are. It was a religious identity. The resistance came by the very fact that their interpretation was against the prevailing interpretation. Okay? Now when you're talking about getting rid of these vestiges of colonialism, the vestige of colonialism that we need to get rid of is the interpretation that debilitated us. Now, the other thing that we're saying, that the Bible is holding back our development and so forth. That's not true. The Bible is a moral document. You can read it for inspiration. You can read it for morality. If read with a clear conscience, like Emperor Haile Selassie said, if read the right way, like Bob Marley said, if you deal with true Christianity, like Marcus Garvey said, then you can read it and be inspired to do wonderful things. Other things that we need to do, such as organizing, um, building schools and hospitals and the things that and businesses, the things that can advance the black community. Given the right interpretation of the Bible, that will not hinder us. That will actually push us along. So, what are we from the very what you're talking about? Where you're saying scrapping the Bible and getting rid of that, and you said, well then, new age, new information, whatever. What you're talking about is getting rid of an identity that Rastafari has built up. That was never a hindrance. You and I got Rastafari because of men who interpreted the Bible and because they interpreted it in their own way. So it's a part of the DNA of Rastafari. But I want to just get back to this presentation quickly. Um, Share screen. Okay, look, I was on the promise key. So this is Leonard Howell, another founder. King Alpha sitting on his throne, homage was done to him by the bishops and priests fulfilling the 21st Psalm. The ceremony took 10 days from the second day to the 11th day. So he's identifying King Alpha, who he calls God, with the Bible. The glory that was Solomon greater still reigns in Ethiopia. Upon his majesty Rastafari's garments was a name written, King of Kings and Lord of Lords. He's speaking in the tone of Revelation 19 verses 16, and he hath on his vesture and on his thigh a name written, King of Kings and Lord of Lords. Now, we shouldn't doubt that Leonard Howell was a Christian, because he said in his book, the woman of Samaria first refused to obey the request of our Lord. This is what he's calling Jesus, our Lord. Bible, Christianity, going into Rastafari. Let me just read some more quotes from Leonard Howell book. Now we the black people have no pardon to beg white supremacy, no favor to ask of her, for she is an acknowledged deceiver. From 4000 BC to 4001 BC to AD second score, she faked all Christianity. So he's talking about fake Christianity, false Christianity, but he's not bashing Christianity proper. There's a true Christianity that's available. That's what he's saying. Mount Africa, the world's capital, the new Bible land, the triumphant lot is for King Alpha own lot until this day. Identifying Africa with the Bible land. His Majesty Rastafari alone with his bona fide lion-hearted wife, Queen Omega, King of Kings, most living and eternal and ever-living sovereign of owner of life, the biblical sovereign of the world. Bible again. We the black people, that is King Alpha and Queen Omega seed. So we are being identified as the children of God. That is what he's basically saying. And we are the children of Israel. This is something that has made it into Rastafari. Let not the preachers of the white man's doctrine persuade you to turn your back against His Majesty Rastafari, the Lord God of Israel. This is how he's viewing Rastafari, the God of Israel. That's another biblical reference. The white man's doctrine has forced the black man to forsake silver and gold and seek heaven after death. Now, this is what. No, when you're saying, well, it's the Bible that's debilitating. Back to the idea that it's interpretation, and the founding fathers already spoke about this. It's what's down in us. The white man's doctrine has brought us to live in disgrace and die in dishonor. Now we, the black man, have found out that their doctrine was only a trick, and all their intentions was to make themselves strong and fool the black man. Now, the promise key again. Woe be unto the preacher of the white man's doctrine of hypocrisy and devil worship. There are millions of persons of good who will see the cruel and unjust wicked things in the church organizations in the name of God. Persons of goodwill to the kingdom of him will live forever. Woe be unto the forsaken. Woe be unto them that forsaken his majesty Rastafari as being God Almighty. They shall be cast into hell, both body and soul. No, so the very founders of Rastafari were biblical men. They interpreted the Bible. It's not the Bible that's the problem. It was an interpretation. Here are those who actually became the ones who developed Rastafari and gave you the mansions of Rastafari. Founders of the mansions, Bongo Watto. He founded the Youth Black Faith. That was the precursor of the Nyabinga Order. Prince Charles Emmanuel Edwards founded the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress, the Bobo Ashanti Order. Prophet God founded the 12 Tribe of Israel. These were all Bible men. Let's just carry on. Bongo Watto, let's just focus on him. He also went by the name Rastafari, which is in reference to Mark 3 verse 17, where Jesus called two siblings is apostles by this name, which means sons of thunder. His mother was an ardent Garveyite, and from her he came to know himself as an African. He discovered Rastafari in his teens and founded the Youth Black Faith, which developed from his Rastafari camp on 9th Street in Trenchtown. Here we go. His teaching was always littered with quotes from the Bible, and he used the Bible to validate his position and the Nyabingi order. He used the Bible to call black people to moral order because he associated their personal moral uprightness with their liberation from Babylon. He had the privilege of meeting Emperor Haile Selassie on a visit. He testified that on that visit, the emperor sent an emissary to ask why Rastafari wore dreadlocks. He quoted the Bible in response, and Emperor Selassie replied, "Leave Rasta alone. They know what they're doing." Okay, this is not just those who are worshiping Rastafari. It's Rastafari who are giving approval to them based upon the Bible. Okay. Prince Charles Emmanuel Edwards, Bongo Watto testified he first saw Bongo Eddie preaching Pokomene and Kingston, and he had recruited him to Rastafari. Bongo Eddie had later broken away and formed what later came to be known as Bobo Ashanti Order. He regarded the African diaspora scattered across the West as the Israelites. The Bobo Ashanti Order regards itself as a churchical order. Okay? Prophet God. Vernon Carrington, known as Prophet God, started 12 tribes of Israel. Prophet God taught members of the 12 tribes of Israel to read their Bible a chapter a day and acknowledge and accept Jesus Christ as their personal Savior. Nobody there burning Bible. Not from the foundation, not from those who started the mansions. Here are some of our world famous reggae singers. Bob Marley, 12 tribe of Israel member, said the Bible is to be loved. Luciana, Nyabingi reggae artist, as a song called Bible Gives Me Joy. Sizzler, Bobo Ashanti, famous amongst Rastafari, as a song titled Read Your Bible. All right. Now I just want to close this particular presentation out with a quote from the man that Rastafari worship as God, and said, this is their God. Here it is. Today man sees all his hopes and aspirations crumbling before his face. He is perplexed and knows not whither he is drifting, but he must realize that the Bible is his refuge and the rallying point for all humanity. In it, man will find the solution of his present difficulties and guidance for his future action. Unless he accepts with clear conscience the Bible and its great message, he cannot hope for salvation. For my part, I glory in the Bible. Now, when we are talking about whether the Bible is going to be relevant in Rastafari or whether we should scrap it or not, once we read a statement like that from a man that Rastafari is regarding as God, then the question should be settled. this is going to be a part of who we are. This is going to be our guiding moral document. It's been a part of who we are from foundation, from the movements that contributed to Rastafari, from the founders that were involved in Rastafari, from those who developed the particular sects of Rastafari, from those who were spreading who have been spreading the message internationally about Rastafari. This is what is part of us. Now, that does not mean in itself that what should give us the idea then that because the Bible is in Rastafari, that it is therefore the only thing of relevance, right? We do have African influences, and I can go to another page that I can go to later and show that the list of African influences within Rastafari, but we also have biblical influences, and that's coming from revivalism and nihilism that was absorbing Christian ideas. It's no different from Rastafari that absorbed these ideas and still grow. We have been a revolutionary movement and a religion at the same time, and the Bible did not debilitate us. It's not debilitating us right now. What I'm saying is that people who have a personal animus and an animosity towards the Bible start blaming the Bible and start accusing it and start accusing Rastafari by it, which doesn't have to be. The other thing that I keep seeing is this association and this invariable association of the Bible with the white man. That does not have to be. Okay, that can be divorced, and we have shown that the founders of Rastafari came up with another perspective. Emperor Haile Selassie had another perspective. He didn't see it as a debilitating book, and the Ethiopians have had it for about 2,000 years. They weren't debilitated by it. When they were invaded, they fought. Marcus Garvey built a whole movement. He was a preacher. He had the Bible. So the Bible is not what's holding Rastafari back. Do not blame that on Rastafari. And any progress that's not being made in Rastafari, do not blame that on the Bible. All right. With that, I just want to close out.
All right. Give thanks. So you was just close with your 12 minutes. You was to go to about 15. So give thanks for that still.
Well, with the remaining time that I have, a little later I can bring up the other page that I have on biblical influences in Rastafari, where we can see that it's evident. It's a part of the DNA of Rastafari. Talking about we are in Babylon and children of Israel, right? That's just biblical. This is how we are. So when we say we are looking out on Babylon, it's because we are relating to the children of Israel who are in captivity in Babylon, and that's how we are. It's part of an identity of who we are. Now, when you're talking about scrapping the Bible and any relevance of the Bible in Rastafari, there's a lot that you would have to that would be impacted. What are we going to do? Destroy all the mansions that are built up, right? That were built upon the Bible. Destroy all the whole lexicon of Rastafari built upon the Bible. What are we going to do? Ignore the teaching of the emperor that put forward that the Bible is the solution to man's difficulties? How is that? If we take this position that the Bible, we're going to burn the Bible, how do you square up that argument with the man that you're calling God, that's saying the Bible is to be that this is mankind's saving grace? How do you square that up? So I want to put forward those arguments. I have some another page. Two pages I want to show. One showing biblical influences, but I can also show African influences in Rastafari that remain present to this day and are still relevant. So no one should then be accusing Rastafari of being Christianized because we have the Bible. We have always had the Bible, and we have always had African influences. All right, go ahead, my brother.
All right, give thanks again, Brother Nigel. Rastafari, I invite you to unmute your mic and see what have a comment or thing you have.
Yes, with all that he just said, I think he narrowed his spine down the issue being one of interpretation of the Bible, not the Bible in and of itself. I would agree with that to an extent. Nothing in and of itself is bad, right? It's how we basically interpret it. But that too would bring into issue the topic that we're discussing, the Bible being the primary conceptual framework. Now, if you're saying that's an interpretation, that the issue is the interpretation of the Bible, then we have to reinterpret this Bible from a certain frame of reference, you know, and that is where the saying of Marcus Garvey comes in, that I agree with, that we need to look at God, and I would say the Bible, through our spectacles, through an African spectacles, he said an Ethiopian spectacles, you know, and that I want to touch on that too. You know, people usually get confused when we say Ethiopia, you know, when we find Ethiopia in the ancient literature, they confuse it with modern Ethiopia, and I think that brings a lot of confusion. But looking at the Bible, looking at the whole notion of God from an indigenous African perspective is what I think needs to be done. And that is my message that I was trying to convey in our previous arguments, that the foundation of Rastafari has to be an African philosophical outlook. It cannot be Bible. You know, it cannot be Bible. It has to be something more fundamental. You know, this is what I'm saying, an African philosophical outlook that we can now use to reinterpret the Bible and to view the Bible from an African perspective. You know,
that's what Rastafari is. We're already doing that. That's
no,
that's an African philosophy.
One second. We're going to have a timing when the two all could link organically and reason and things. But let we give Raska for a moment of
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
right. And I would say that has not happened within Rastafari. That's why we find ourselves in this stagnant situation, you know, because we fail to establish that African philosophical foundation. You know, like for me, you know, I like I said, I've adopted, you know, the Nile Valley perspective, and I use that, you know, in dealing with the Bible. You know, because you have to deal with the Bible to an extent because of the fact that majority of the Africans have come under the influence of the Bible. So if you're going to talk to them effectively, you would have to reference it. You know, you can't use a language that they can't really understand. You know, so I've seen how having an African philosophical perspective can really give you a whole total different spin, you know, on approaching Rastafari and certain aspects within it, like the Bible and so on and so forth, right? Because, for example, he's saying that, well, that is already existing within the Rastafari community, that we're using an African philosophy to interpret the Bible. Well, if we were doing that, then we would not have rejected the other African indigenous traditions. You know, like how Rasta said, well, the born in Obia and the born in Voodoo and the born in all these different things. If you were using an indigenous African philosophy, that would not have been the case, right? So, like I said, you know, I have a Nile Valley perspective that I use to live my Rastafari life. And for me, having that perspective, when I go into the Bible, I could really see that, well, the people who created this Bible were coming from a framework that was informed, a frame of reference that was informed by these same indigenous African philosophies, right? Because you could go in the Bible and you can see things that they would call Obio. You know, certain techniques that they use in magic, they're all there in the Bible. But yet still you're born in Obio and you're born in Voodoo. And these are the things that form inform the Bible, right? So we have to know what is it we're saying. We can't just say it from a perspective of ignorance. So we need to encourage Africans to learn the African indigenous philosophies, you know, and you don't have to give up the Bible right away, you know, but just learn. Don't keep your mind narrow. You know, Rastafari was never something that was closed to African influences. You know, Rastafari embraced the whole of Africa. You know, so it is not supposed to be a tradition where we just like adopt dogmas and we hold on to it. We were supposed to be incorporating new knowledge as it became available, you know, informing ourselves and lifting ourselves up, right? So we shouldn't even been having this kind of argument as it is right now, where people are holding on that, well, you know, just the Bible or whatever, you know. We need to, as Rastafari, embrace the other African indigenous philosophies and use that to really re-examine this Bible and see, you know, if there are parts of it that, you know, may be relevant or whatever. But that is the approach that I would take to the whole thing, right? So like I said, you know, I look at the Bible the same way, right? And I know that, well, you know, this is not some history, you know, Jesus Christ 2,000 years ago and Israel 3,000 years ago, and all these different things. And it's not a problem with me. You know, it hasn't done anything to me as a person who grew up on the Bible. You know, I went to church and won certificates and all these different things. I know my Bible so well, you know. But learning an African indigenous philosophy really reoriented my outlook on the Bible. And, you know, to me, it's not even relevant at this point in time, you know, because Africa has everything within its own philosophies and traditions and these things that are needed, you know. So I hear the brother, you're saying interpretation, but you know, you need something to reinterpret this Bible. And I don't think Rastafari's embraced that. It might have been there in the initial beginnings because of the whole the prominence of, you know, Africans still holding on to certain things at that time that we've lost coming into this time, right? But it's definitely not there presently. You talked about somehow Rastafari keep some of us keep connecting this Bible with the white man. You can't disconnect the white man from the Bible because of the fact that the Bible was created under right. The Bible was created under within the Greek time rulership of ancient Egypt, right? That is when the Bible was really created. When the white man came into history. So that's why, again, we say go to the source. We need to return to a time when white man wasn't even there. You know, we don't need anything that has any trace of European influence in it. You know, we need something that is authentically and indigenous to Africa. You know, that is why we say Nile Valley, because Nile Valley Africans reach the apex, you know, of its development, and there were no European influence in it, you know. So we need to view life through their spectacles, you know, see it how they saw it, you know, that they were able to achieve such greatness, right? So that is one thing you talk about, and I want to finish off with you saying, well, you know, His Majesty said certain things about the Bible. The issue I have with that is that a lot of people, you know, when they quote these things, they take it out of context. You know, His Majesty, in many of his speeches, when he was speaking to different audiences. You know, So if I'm speaking to a bunch of politicians, or if I'm speaking to a bunch of university students, or if I'm speaking to a gathering of church leaders, my message would change depending on the audience, right? So I could tell church leaders that, you know, if you don't accept this Bible with a clear conscience, then you can't hope for salvation, right? It would be different if I say that same thing within an audience of students or within an audience of politicians. Totally different. I could see how it is relevant if I said that within the context of Christian leaders, because you said that you've accepted the Bible, but then I'm saying to you, if you don't accept it with a clear conscience, then there's an issue there, right? But I can't go and tell people who haven't accepted it that well. Imagine His Majesty doing that, going and tell people who haven't accepted the Bible that, well, you know, if you don't accept this Bible with a clear conscience, you know, you're going to hell or no hope for salvation. Totally out of character. So we have to view these carefully chosen speeches of His Majesty within the proper context of which it was said, you know. That is one of the things. And then I also want to say that, you know, yeah, we can look to the speeches of His Majesty, but we have to be careful in the sense that Rasta didn't ask His Majesty permission to establish Rastafari. You know, important, let me say it again, Rastafari did not ask His Majesty permission to establish Rastafari. You know, these selective speeches that people like to quote from, right? That was first published in 1967. In 1967. So what was happening with Rastafari between 1930 and 1967? Right? And those were the years when Rastafari was most progressive, because we still haven't returned to the heights that Leonard Howell established. You know, we're still trying to recreate that kind of setting. You know, Rastafari, community development, thriving, successful, etc. You know.
All right. Well, give thanks, Brother Kafra. That's about the same 15 minutes again time frame. So, Brother Nigel, if you have any more comments you want to make before we start to field some questions and comments from the audience. The questions would be towards the two of you as expected.
All right. Well, there's a couple of things in terms of what I say. If you are now questioning His Majesty and his speeches as to whether he was just making it because of a particular audience, then you might as well question everything else that he said and not accept anything that he said, right? And the other thing that you might then be presuming is that what he's saying, he doesn't believe it. The fact is that the speech is consistent with his life, with how he conducted himself. This is his belief system. He didn't go amongst Muslims and make a speech telling them that the Quran is that book that will save mankind or will have that particular value. In terms of the other thing of that you're saying, you cannot that you don't believe in, say, probably a Jesus or a Jesus existed or whatever. Well, my question is, how can you then be called with this Christian king that by which the whole movement is named after, and who spoke in definitive terms, unambiguous terms, that he believes in Christ. He submits to the Christian story. This is just who he was, right? Now, the other thing what you're talking about, there's a contradiction in your argument where you're saying, once we you know, that if we get rid of the Bible, we can achieve the heights and whatever that we once had. And you were saying Leonard Howell achieved heights. Leonard Howell was a Bible man. That's what I keep telling you, that the Bible isn't an hindrance. He was a Bible man. He read the Bible. He celebrated Passover at Pinnacle. He celebrated Ethiopian Christmas alongside those African traditions that made its way from revivalism into Pinnacle. So there's a contradiction in that argument. The other thing too, when you're saying well, let's go back to Egypt and talk about Egypt and the heights of civilization and tainted by the white man. This is what I keep when I hear that argument. This is where I said this for and against thing. So now you're saying, well, come out against the Bible. Let's deal with Egypt. In their spiritual systems, is that your particular expression? Do you believe that in real, because they believed in their theology during those times? Do you believe that Osiris, was cut up by Seth, that's into 14 pieces, and that Isis went around and patched those pieces together and rebuilt Osiris and had sex with him and produced Horus? Do you believe that as a reality? Is that the reality of your spiritual expression? Is that your religion? Right? Because this is an intellectual argument that I keep hearing. You're making this intellectual argument to accuse the Bible and to come out against the Bible. But what is it that you actually stand for? Now, the other thing is, you say, well, I agree with you. In early Rastafari, there was some burning out of some Africanisms. Like the Obi and the lamp and the spiritual possessions and these things. But that's not just later Rastafari. From the very outset that happened. Leonard Howell did it. And if you read the Promise Key, on certain pages, he started listing a whole bunch of things that were part of revivalism and Africanism that he was against. All right? Dunkley was against Obia and certain things, certain of the Africanisms too. So this is from the foundation of Rastafari that certain things Africanisms were being cut out. But that being said, despite their efforts, a lot of Africanisms made it into Rastafari. And here's one of the most obvious. The founder of the Nyabingi order, Bongo Watto, right? If you wanted to argue that he was the most Christian or one of the most Christian of the founders, not the most, because I think Prophet God would beat him on that level. And he saw Robert Hines preaching, and he saw some of the Africanisms that were in there, and he said, like the candles and so forth, and he said, well, he can't have that. He's against that and so forth. But the very fact that his name Bongo Watto, that is something coming out of Kumina, because that's how Kumina, that's that language that Kumina used, right? That's an Africanism. So despite some of these efforts to purge some of the Africanisms out of Rastafari, and that's not just the later Rastafari, that was from the earlier on, Africanism still made it in, and Rastafari is still defined by a lot of Africanism. And again, I must go back to the point. What it's seeming to me is you and a lot of guys who are against the Bible is because you have a personal aversion to the Bible. And that's why you think then it is therefore holding Rastafari back. That's not true. Your personal aversion to the Bible don't equate it to what's then holding Rastafari back. That is not the case. You can't talk about other things that might be holding Rastafari back. The fact is, it's a movement in its genesis. We are just about 91 years in, right? So it's still growing. As His Majesty said, a child through mere thought cannot make himself a man. We have to go through the growing pains. 1, 2, it's a religion of outcasts from the beginning. There's a lot of persecution involved, right? So these are things that affect the growth of Rastafari. Of course, you can name other factors, but to then be now saying, oh, it's the Bible that's holding it. No, the Bible is a part of the DNA of Rastafari. It has always been, and despite what your personal resentment towards it, this has been from the beginning. This was the foundational document. This was what was referenced by the founders, by those who developed the mansions. It is part of the very definition of Rastafari up to this very day. And even on your very page, I saw you promoting some Rastafari action that's coming up. And right below at the very bottom, you're quoting Isaiah, right? So now how if you are so against the Bible, how come you are then quoting Isaiah and so forth? Let's face it. This is a part of Rastafari identity. It's not going nowhere, especially since we have the speech from His Majesty. Okay, this is just who we are. No, there's a thing that I must point out is that it is a matter of respect. If you observe a particular people worshiping in a particular way, having their particular foundational documents or literature that's important to them, if you look at it and you say, well then, all right, I think that what they have is false. It doesn't work. It doesn't make sense. You don't go identify with the people and say you are them, because then you don't share their theology. Their lifestyle might be appealing, other things that they have might be appealing, but the fact is that their theology is not yours. So this is the thing with Rastafari. It is important that people come in and study how Rastafari came into being, how it grew, what it is, so that when they study it, if they're in this fundamental disagreement with it, then leave it alone. There's nothing wrong with it. Define whatever it is your expression is, and your spiritual expression is, if you do have a spiritual expression, and find what is simply appropriate to your existence, right? So there's a thing of respect here when it comes to Rastafari. We have always had this thing. Give us the respect that's due. This is not what's holding us back. 1, 2, the Bible, I must disagree with you. The Bible can be divorced from the white man. The white man wouldn't be making up a book, okay, based in Africa, because the places and characters in the Bible, especially in the Old Testament, are Africans. It is an African document, right? So if the white man had to make up a book for himself based upon his understanding, it would have to be about places in Europe, Paris and London and Germany and so forth. That's his background. So that's what he would be making stuff on. What going to Africa, the Bible itself, this is an African story, African tradition, African religion that he adopted and learned from because he was impressed by it. That's all it is. I can't agree that it is a particular white man doctrine. In fact, I would even argue that it's just a human book. If you read it, you can relate to it from a human level, right? Psalm 1, blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor standeth in the way of sinners, nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful, but his delight is in the law of the Lord, and in his law doth he meditate day and night. And he shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of waters, which bringeth forth fruit in due season. His leaf also shall not wither, and whatsoever he doeth shall prosper. The ungodly are not so, but are like the shaft which the wind driveth away. Therefore the ungodly shall not stand in the judgment, nor sinners in the congregation of the righteous. There's nothing wrong with that statement. That's not color, that's not white, that's not black. It's motivational, it's inspirational. There's nothing wrong with it. Whether you believe Jesus or not, you read the Bible, the words that the man saying is good word. Right? How should it profit a man to gain the world and lose his soul? These are words of inspiration. Seek God first and everything else shall come after. Nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong in believing that. The only thing that would be wrong is if you start thinking that Jesus must be some kind of white man or some kind of white God. So when you see a white man, you feel like you're inferior to him. But if you can read it with a clear conscience and the right way, like Bob Marley said, then you can appreciate the verses and the truth that is coming forward. There's nothing wrong with that. That's not debilitating at all. Okay? Yeah, I yield my time. Thank you.
All right, give thanks. I feel as about 10 minutes, Brother Nigel went for the
Yeah, I
So,
need all the time. I just want to start with where we left off. You know, he quoted the Psalm and so on. But the issue is, if you don't know, that's where the issue comes now. That persons using the Bible, but they don't know that well. The entire Psalms were taken directly from ancient Egyptian literature. That has already been established by Egyptologists and academics, Jewish academics, and these things, right? We can go and find directly where they took these things from, right? So that is. I mean, he wants to use it and say, yeah, well, these are good words that anyone should accept. But we're saying that the issue is that even though they're good words, you must know the source of these things, you know, and that source leads us to Africa, right? So that's what I'm saying to you, that we can give up the Bible, right? Because the Bible is just a version, a watered down, diluted version of an African original. All the concepts that make up this Bible can be found in Africa, in the Nile Valley, right? You talked about how can we maybe use, I think you referenced the Asar myth. You know, why can't that be used? Why isn't that relevant to Rastafari? Why isn't it relevant to the African struggle?
No.
So
Because we still on my time, right?
no, we're not on your time, we're on my time.
Yeah, because I was given 15 minutes, so I had yielded some of it. All right, okay.
Well, right.
But I wanted to ask you, do
So,
you believe in that mythology yourself? Not just as a...
but that's what I'm getting to now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because like I just said, all of these concepts in the Bible precede the Bible. You know, we talk about about Christ and his majesty having the titles King of Kings, Lord of Lords. Those titles belong to Asar, right? And I could see where his imperial majesty now, right, embodies and manifests, right, that mythology of Asar, right? It was his majesty who brought the various pieces of Africa together, you know, and in the coming together of those pieces in the establishment of the Organization of African Unity, a part was missing. Who are the Africans in the diaspora? We are that part. We are the what you call the Tekken. You know, you call it the obelisk, but we're the missing part. You know, so I could see the African story in these mythologies. You know, because I know them. You know, but then this is what we're saying: Africans have to learn these things, right? So that, because look at this, I know the Bible, but I also know the Kemetic mythologies and philosophy and so on. Now, I'm speaking with you. All you know is the Bible. You don't know the Kemetic mythologies and philosophies to the extent where, you know, we can have a certain level of conversation. So the conversation would not be balanced, right? So I'm saying to you that these mythologies are relevant and they can be used because they're the source out of which the other biblical mythologies and these things were taken. So I just wanted to touch on that. And then you initially you talked about the contradictions that I was basically contradicting myself when I said that. Well, you know, like those of us now who are embracing the Bible are somehow not progressive enough. The Bible is making Rastafari not progressive enough, right? And you reference the fact that Leonard Howell used the Bible, and I said that, well, you know, he was the most progressive. What I'm saying is that even though Leonard Howell and so on would have used the Bible, they had an African foundation that was coming through Mayelism and all these different things, which don't exist now.
No, you're wrong on that, brother.
Right? Don't exist now. Right? They had those things. You said it yourself. Even Bongo Watu coming after had those things, those influences, those foundations. Right? So that African foundation it still existed in that. Because look, I mean, I'm a young man. I grew up seeing my father, you know, drinking alcohol, and they would never ever open a bottle of alcohol without pouring libation. And there's recent history we're talking about here. That's the other day. You know, those are the things that Africans were trying to hold on to, certain aspects of their Africanness. And I feel that you're missing that part of it. You know, we're not getting each other at some point. I'm not disputing what you're saying, but I'm just saying that somehow you're divorcing Rastafari from the greater African struggle. You know, so you can't see Rastafari just starting in 1930. And that's where the issue is. You're divorcing Rastafari from the greater African struggle, right? So, and then last year talked about Bible Genesis. The Bible, the first Bible really was the Greek Bible, the Septuagint. It was out of that, it was from that the Ethiopians translated their Bible and all these things. That's a fact, right? And the story goes that, well, one of the Greek kings, Ptolemy Philadelphus or some one of them, I think Ptolemy Philadelphus II, he ordered 72 Jewish priests, 6 from each tribe, to go and translate this Bible from some original mythical Hebrew version, right? And they translated it correctly, directly, without any mistake, right? That is what they said, you know, and that's how they got the Greek Septuagint. But we know that's just a made-up story, right? You even Google it and you'll see that you're saying that that story has been made up. So where's this original Hebrew version that they took it from? That's not what happened. We know what the Greeks were doing when they were in Egypt. They were basically up to plagiarizing the ancient African knowledge, right? And it's out of those things that they started to produce these books and all these different things, creating new religions and all these different things. So don't let us try to fool ourselves, right? They were Europeans, but they were in Africa. The Greeks didn't go and build the capital in Greece. They built it in the Nile Valley, right? And use the African original to create their watered down version, right? So yeah, I'll consider this.
All right. 1 second. Now, give thanks. I want both of all, you know, because in this period of time, we allow for everybody to fall into cross reason then, right? Yeah. But I want to address the subtopic of today, which says, should the primary conceptual framework be the Bible? Is that it correctly?
Pardon?
The subtopic,
yeah,
of the reasoning.
Yeah.
Right? Should the Bible be the primary conceptual framework for the Rastafari movement? So, Brother Nigel, you could start off that. And this round here is open reasoning between the two of all it. And then after a period of time, we're gonna field some questions from the audience, right? When it reach that time for the questions from the audience, I will give further instructions to the audience members on how to go about asking a question. Give thanks.
Well, I am obviously on the side of the Bible being the primary conceptual framework. It has always been there. It is a part of Rastafari. Its imprint is in every aspect of Rastafari, from the foundation to the development, and in any dimension of Rastafari, you will always find the Bible. It is not debilitating. It doesn't weaken us. It doesn't hurt us, and it has not damaged us. But I just want to in fact, it can even inspire us. I am in agreement with His Majesty. I don't think His Majesty was lying or lacking in wisdom when he said that the book is good. This is what could save mankind. No, but there's a thing that I wanna ask, and I don't think I get the proper answer. Was from my brother Rastafari. do you actually believe the Egyptian myths? Because what you did was you showed on how it could relate to the African experience or modern His Majesty and his efforts to bring Africa together. But what I'm trying to tell you, when in Rastafari coming in, the preachers, they believed in the story of Jesus, right? This was their belief, and from that they concluded that His Majesty is Christ in this time. You are now wanting to say, well, I want to go back to Egyptian sources. Do you believe those myths? Is that your reality? Do you actually, not just to say this intellectual study of what those people believed in those times, but do you actually believe them to say then this is what His Majesty is, this is then His Majesty in this time, because I see, this is my reality. And the other thing is if you are brought into, how do you view His Majesty from the very start? You said Rastafari is King of Kings, Lord of Lords. Those titles were already there, but Conquering Lion of Judah wasn't there before. Okay, and that is a biblical title. His Majesty never recognized himself through what it is that you're talking. So he recognized himself through the Solomonic line, the biblical story. How do you view His Majesty? Is he what Rasta has viewed him to be from the very outset and continues to view him today as God? Do you view him as God? And if he is indeed God, how can you then challenge his word and his understanding? Because this is what's at stake here. Because when we're talking about, should the Bible be the conceptual framework, we have to realize that who we recognize as God has already said it is good. This can be the conceptual framework. What is the Bible? It is a moral document. It's not an engineering book to tell us to go build bridge, or build bridges, or to build hospitals, or to build schools, or businesses, or things that are homes for the elderly, or things like that. It is not that kind of book. It is a moral document. It is not. It is therefore not a bad book. Okay, and given the wisdom in there, we can say that then it is good. We can learn from it. What no is the fact is His Majesty took a position on it. This is what Rastafari has always said. This man is God. No, if this is who he is, and you have concluded that like Rastafari community, that this is God, then how then can you then put yourself in a position to be challenging that? And this is where the argument comes down to. How are we going to regard the man as God and then decide that, oh no, we can't deal with the Bible when he has already given us his word and his viewpoint on the Bible?
Yes, Rastafari, I think he was asking you some questions for you to respond to.
Yes.
You believe in Kemetic mythology as facts and all of this.
Yeah. Well, I don't see those things as a matter of belief. That's what religion is all about, especially Christianity. They say believe this, and you can be saved or whatever it is that they say. My view of the entire religious construct is that that's what it is. It is a construct that we create to activate our powers and realize our highest potentials. That is what this whole notion of God is all about. And so priests in ancient days could create different mythologies, right? And then now, as Ivan Van Sertima said, God really is people who bring mythology to reality, right? That's what Ivan Van Sertima said. So it's not about like believing that there was an Osiris, or believing, like we said, there was a Jesus Christ. That's one of the problems that we have with the birth of Christianity, is because they took these mythologies and then created a story that, well, these things were historical facts, you know? So we're saying that nations have their different religious constructs that they use to actualize their potential, to activate their powers, you know? So it's not about a matter of belief, you know, it's different than belief, you know? So I can't say that, well, I believe that. I accept those mythologies, right? I accept them, not believe. The difference, right? And that is what I use. That is the framework, that is the constructs that I'm using to actualize my powers and realize my potential, right? So that was one thing you talked about. The next thing I think you talked about was how we view His Majesty, if as God, and since we're questioning Him and all of that. Again, I'm saying that the evidence of the creation of the whole concept of divine kingship started in the Nile Valley, right? It started in the Nile Valley, right? The kings of Kemet were the embodiment of God. That is known, you know, that is known. So what Rastafari actually did was a kind of renaissance of bringing forward that whole notion of divine kingship. When I looked at His Majesty and said, yes, you know, God is sitting on throne, you know. But again, we have to, somehow we tend to like limit certain things by just looking at it from a physical perspective, you know. And that's what people do, especially like, you know, Bale, the Semai said, this man is God and, you know, he's just a man and all these different things. But when I look at His Majesty, and I ain't seeing flesh and blood, you know. So we're seeing the actualization of the mythology, you know, of God. We're seeing it make manifest in flesh, you know. This is what we're talking about. So when I look at His Majesty, me seeing nothing from a biblical perspective, even though I could look at it and see it from a biblical perspective, right? I look at it from a Nile Valley perspective. So I'm seeing a star, King of Kings, Lord of Lords, King of Righteousness. You know, all those are His titles, King of Eternity. You know, I'm seeing Him, the deity of judgment, of resurrection and rebirth. You know, and what He's actually, His presence is actually initiated and accomplished is in keeping with the Kemetic mythology of Him being the King of judgment and resurrection and rebirth and so on, right? So that is the perspective that I'm coming from. So I see Him more than just how the Bible might see Him, because the Kemetic culture is a culture that was developed around the notion of divine kingship. That is why to me, that is the main reason why Rastafari need to accept it, you know, because it is the culture that was developed around the notion of divine kingship. And we are struggling to redevelop that culture around the notion of the divine kingship of His Imperial Majesty. Yeah. Yeah, I am. I concede my
All right. Well,
floor.
Ras Nigel, well, if it is, or let's say what you want to say so far, I don't know if you want to take some questions from the audience now.
I just want to mention, forget to mention to the brother that one of the titles that he missed out, because he names a couple of titles, he missed out a title that is the Conquering Lion of Judah also.
That comes from Cush.
Right? Conquering Lion of Judah, and he's sitting on the Solomonic dynasty. This is how he himself recognizes himself. But when you are talking and you say, well then you basically said, well, you don't believe the Egyptian mythology, but you are recognizing it.
I said it's not a matter of belief. That's what I'm saying.
But do you, well, answer the question, do you believe that?
No, you cannot. I cannot answer a question that I do not accept. It's not a yes or no answer. It's not a belief thing. It's like how Rasta born belief, and you're asking Rasta now to answer a belief question.
Do you accept the reality then of the Egyptian
Yes.
theology?
Yes. I've stated that. That's what I've said.
That it was, yeah, that Seth cut up his brother and that he was put together back by his wife and had sex and produce a son. You accept that as reality?
It is a mythology that has manifested itself in the reality of the African situation. Was Africa not cut up into different pieces?
You're going after me. Just do you accept that as real?
It was real in the African story? Was Africa not cut up into different pieces?
Do you accept that as real?
I've already said that.
Which was that? You accept that as real?
No, you're asking me if I accept, as how I'm getting you, that this mythological story happened at some time in the past. Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah.
No.
Well,
I'm saying it is a mythology that was constructed by the Africans of the Nile Valley. Listen to me.
What do you
These mythologies were constructed.
Wait, hold on. Because you don't accept that particular story. What I'm trying to tell you is that the founders of Rastafari had to accept the Jesus mythology, the Christian mythology, and that's what they used to project onto Haile Selassie. They were in that framework. You are not in that framework of the ancient Egyptian mythology. They in their times accepted it. You are just doing an intellectual understanding.
No.
Right? That is just intellectual. That
you're confusing yourself there, brother.
Huh?
You're confusing this whole reasoning that we have in here presently.
I ask you directly, is that something that you accept as real? You don't accept it. Next question. Would you describe yourself as spiritual?
Well, when we talk about these concepts, you have to define these things. I saw you defined it as some invisible something. Spirituality for me. Spirituality for me.
Wait, hold on.
Listen to me.
Do you accept that there's a realm of spirit then?
If you're gonna ask me a question, please allow me to answer your question. Right? Now I'm saying to you that my perspective of spirituality is different from what you're talking about. Right? When I talk about spirituality, for me, it's about the art and the science of relationship, right? That perspective of Ma'at, where everything is connected, and the spirituality now is where we act to balance those relationships and maintain them in a state of harmony and these things. That's what spirituality is. If we talk about the cosmological outlook, African cosmological outlook, we know that there's a realm of the ancestors and, we have this realm that people are on and so on, right? What people do with this European notion in trying to bring separation and say, well, physical and spiritual. No. It doesn't. We have false notions about a lot of things, and then we start from that foundation, and everything else that happens after then would not be accurate. We have to start from a common foundation, and that's an issue, because you might say, well, you know what, Haile Selassie is God. All right, what was the African perspective of God? That we could see now where we went wrong or anything like that. Those are some of the discussions that we need to have. But I just want to say, I don't need you to confuse what I'm saying. I'm saying again, these mythologies were constructed by the nations, the communities, right, in which they existed for purpose, right? It's just like how you have different computers that use different operating systems. You can't take this operating system and go and plug it into the computer. Or like how you have different vehicles that utilize different sources of fuel. You can't take diesel and put it into a gasoline vehicle, you know, it might think, but then you don't get the fullness out of it. That's what I'm saying. You want to use a Christian perspective that, well, you know, this thing happened in the past and all these different things. I'm not talking about that.
I'm not talking Christianity. I'm asking you things of definition, of basic definitions of ideas.
I already told you it's not a matter of belief, and you're still pushing it.
No, you see, that's why I don't use the word belief again. That's why I asked about acceptance.
You used it. You used
right?
it.
Right? Yeah, I use the word belief, so you reject it. So I have to rephrase my language now to see if I can get to what it is I'm trying to get to. You have an intellectual understanding. I'm trying to get to what it is that you believe, because a lot of people are in your frame of mind. Egypt and Egypt influenced the Bible and everything. It was just a copy and thing. No, what I'm trying to get to is what it is that you actually accept as real, because Egypt has its own mythology also. And are you just looking at it intellectually? No, or do you actually believe as the ancient Egyptians believe, right? The other thing that
Keep using this word believe.
Are actually accepted that as reality as the ancient Egyptians accepted it. The other thing that when I'm talking about spirituality, so that we are on the same page, do you believe that man is simply a physical being, or do you believe that there's a dimension beyond man, that realm of non-physical that actually has impact on man's reality?
Well, I'll deal with the last one. You know, you saying spiritual, but in my frame of reference, listen to me.
Do you believe that there's a realm beyond the physical?
All right. More than physical, right? But what I'm saying to you is that from my frame of reference, I don't use the word spirit. I use the word ka, which is just one of several parts that make up this whole that you're looking at, right? You have to listen. I don't need you to turn up your eyes and all these different things, right? So spirituality from that frame of reference means the science of dealing with the car, right? And it is that science that people call in Obeah and voodoo and all these different things. Yeah, you understand what I'm getting at?
No.
There's an aspect of this whole here. This what you're seeing, the physical is just one part of the whole.
Right.
Well, there's a part of the whole, right, that Africans have a science behind, right, that people call Obeah and voodoo and these things, right? That's what other people are calling spirituality, right? In dealing with this invisible thing, right? You get what I'm saying?
So therefore the answer is yes. Then you believe.
Yes.
Well, that's all I want to know.
Well, I'm just expanding on. I just don't want to say yeah, and then you interpret it how you want to interpret it.
No. It's a yes or no question, and then we can take it from there, right?
All right, brothers.
Yeah. Let's go to the audience, because I can go on for a while with that.
All right. Well, let me take a little question here. Seeing someone with their hand up in the audience. So, Ayla Adis, please introduce yourself and ask a question if it's to either the panelists, Ras Kafra or Ras Nigel Darren.
Greetings. You can hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
See you though.
Blessed love. No, not today. Greetings, brethren, and the whole community gathered. I've had a lot to say, but you know how reasoning goes and time pass and certain points but going back to the very start, I don't have a question. This is more comments, because from both sides, I agree with a lot. And I feel like in my personal journey, which started, say, around 2004, I would say I've been through so many changes and birthings within Rastafari. And I can see from both points of view and why and how and certain things. But from the Mayal, we have to know that today you would not find a lot of Rastafari teaching about these things to new Rastafari. I think because Christianity is so important to the movement now that these beginnings are more and more forgotten. And I think that when we want to talk about the African spirituality and the influence, a lot of ones who are more into the orthodoxy and that kind of thing have this hand raised against anything that is considered pagan. And it isn't fair because Rastafari, as you said, did not start out in just one particular order. It had a lot of different influences. The beating of drums was not initially allowed because that was considered part of Mayal and the revival aspect. But eventually it was brought in. Shavanis had another book, Rastafari and Other African Caribbean Worldviews, which lists a lot on the actual liberty of revivalism and the similarities. So the bamboo pole with the flag and, you know, the Sankeys being the original chants that Nyabingi songs came from. So there are a lot of things that we do now, which definitely came from Mayal. And the Ethiopianism, we have to also remember that this was something that was going on in the early 1900s, 1800s. People were having this idea of back to Africa. People were having the idea that Ethiopia is Zion. And then what really changed it and what made us stand out was because when His Majesty was crowned, it was like the realization of these things that these brethren were preaching all along. And here we had this physical proof that there is this Black king, there is this God, there is this nobility. We're not just slaves. That came up. And then because he was the son of Solomon, then the Bible obviously would have become more important as time went on, because it is from the Bible that you learn about Solomon. But one thing I have to say is that in the beginning, I started out Pan-African. And when I met my Kingman, I moved here to Trinidad and I started reasoning and gathering with Bobo Shanti for about 4 years. And when you say that the Bible is not destructive, I'm kind of like back and forth with that, because for me, I didn't start out Rastafari with a Christian mindset simply because I had already come out of that. Spent years being forced to go to church by my mother until I was free to do what I want, grow my locks, change my life how I want. I wasn't interested in going back to talk about Jesus and these things. That's why His Majesty had the appeal for me. And because I was already learning about Africa in university, I was already seeing it for myself, how we were treated differently from the white students. I was doing African studies. So when I reached Trinidad and saw the Bible, and then I was told that as a woman, I can't do this, I can't do that, I must do this, I must do that. My whole life kind of backpedaled for me. And when I eventually left Bobo, I decided, well, I will keep up my learning because I was restricted from learning what I want to learn about Africa or seeing the connections. So when we talk about the Bible, for the last, since 2014, I've been doing a lot of reasoning and studying on my own. I've written a book. I hope to have it published at some point. And in my book, I have discovered the Afro-Asian origin of the Bible and all of these concepts that we hold dear to our hearts, such as the titles of His Majesty, such as the throne that His Majesty sits upon in Ethiopia, such as the titles of Rastafari, the word Rastafari, what does it mean in Africa, language, all of these things, we have to understand that Solomon and the dynasty of Judah and Israel was not something that was divorced from Africa. Solomon was someone who took the Phoenicians is who came and helped him build up Jerusalem. If you look at the style of a Phoenician throne, it has 2 lions on the base of the throne. When you look at the Bible's description of the throne of Solomon, it talks about the lions on his throne. When we look at the throne of Egypt, they had more than one variation, but there is also the lion throne. And then when we look at Ethiopia, at the current Ethiopia, then we say, well, we have the 2 lions on the throne. It is not Christian. It is not Jewish. It's Afro-Asian, because Africa was the African continent and the Asian continent. There's an East and a West. So we have to understand that it's not about whether we believe that Osiris and Isis and Heru that actually lived and they actually did this and that. Well, if you could ask that question about them, you could ask that about Jesus. Did he die for 3 days and get up and resurrect? The truth is that the Egyptians understood that these myths were allegories for the astrological changes in the environment, the seasons. Isis having the baby, that is the rising of Sirius during the summertime when the Nile Valley floods in those days. That was something that they expected every year, and they honored these different sacred things that happened in their world every year through myth. So when we talk about the winter solstice and the tomb of Jesus and the babe being born in the manger, all of that has astrological and environmental origins, right? So the title Jah, the word Yah, Yahweh, that also has different translations in different languages. Ayah, Yao. This was the original version. There was no Y. There was no
Empress Isla, I want to know if you have a question for either of these brothers here right now, because we'd like
No,
to.
the reason why I don't have a question is because they keep going back and forth about the scripture and whether this was real and thing. But I'm just saying that we have to understand that our concept of the Bible as it stands in Rastafari, it needs to change. It has to become more informed. You're not looking at the Israelites as just one particular exclusive tribe. Those people were African, they were Ethiopian. Their culture was found years before anybody even thought about writing a Bible, years before when they supposedly formed their group. So we have to just understand that our view of scripture, it needs to be more informed in the secular way. It's not just about spiritual. And we just have to understand that the origin of scripture is African.
All right, well, give thanks for your point, Empress. Moving along quickly to other ones coming in. I see someone named Vanda. Shalom. Could you unmute yourself and ask a question or comment, please, briefly?
Shalom. Peace to my brothers and sisters.
Peace, bless you, Lord.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes, good afternoon.
Mine is not a question, it's more of observation, right? And it's because of the respect of thoughts. So this is just my belief. I just have a little thing written here. The Bible and the other history books of religion that was translated to fit the modern man corruptive mind to cause separation. And that is why we are here today. The original book was never in English. The Psalms speak of oneness of mankind, earth, and the Most High. The Bible or the Torah has 144,000 alone on earth will be in the 12 tribes, not billions. It's not of religion, it's about spirituality, of oneness of energy, earth and the spirit of the Most High for the balance of spirituality, emotional and physical being of mankind. The more a person be positive in their thoughts, deeds, and action, they increase their spirituality. If you want to use the Bible, it also said, don't put your trust in no man. The Mahat rules help a person with simple guidelines. And this I have observed from different groups and churches over my years that I am here. And what I would like to use as an example is that people who stay away from civilization of the material realm, who is to say that they would not be with the Ruach, which is the spirit of the Lord in the end? And coincidentally, from my teachings and observation, the ancient Egypt teaching is the same as the Bible, coincidentally. And lastly, for all my Rastafarian brethren and sisters, because my family is of that as well, Pope Paul IV in 1970 visited Haile Selassie. But I also want people to know Pope Kyrillos VI in 1965, Selassie kissed his ring. So guidance, protection, and peace to everyone.
All right, well, one thing I would like to let you know of the back, Sister Vanda, is that Pope Kyrillos would have been the Orthodox Pope, the tattoo Pope. So it have the Catholic Pope and the Orthodox Pope. So, but moving along, give thanks. I don't think the sister did ask any question directly. So I'm going on to ask, that happened, that negus happened. Could you please unmute yourself and ask a question, please? Yeah. Well, and like this man not like his hand up, but he not attendant or something. Returns. All right. Well, for all those who in the listening and viewing audience, if you have any question or comment, you could just indicate so by raising your hand, and I will come around to you. Thanks. That negus happened. Are you there? Oh. Okay. All right, brothers. Well, I don't know if it have anything and you have only wanted to continue reasoning on specifically, or any of the commentary made by the two emperors, if you have anything to say regarding any of that.
I see Bongo Greece indicate.
All right. So look, I'm seeing some brothers, they have their hand up, right? And sister. Can I ask Bongo Greece? Could you unmute yourself and ask this question, please? Introduce yourself, where you're coming from, and ask the question briefly, please.
Yes, Haile I, Selassie I, King Rastafari.
Rastafari.
Yeah, just a simple comment. I love the reasoning of the daughter of the sister who speak first. I think that sister have some really, I admire her studies. I encourage her to continue studying. I think that, you know, she's making some progress in her studies. Bongo Kafra, as you know, Rastafari, based on the topic for today, the theme of today, right? The subject, the source of our primary knowledge. We know Rastafari never come with no book. You know, we never come with no book. Rastafari is a reality. However, we also know that the Bible is a Masonic order, a Masonic book. If we look at Melchizedek, we could see Melchizedek was a particular order. It wasn't just anything that anybody could adjust. It was highly guarded and a highly secret. And even the Bible as a Masonic book, we know it is full of allegories. There's so many allegories. However, these allegories have to be decoded, because even in Rastafari, when we look at Psalm 104 and we look at the book of Revelation, We have seen many things that happen. And when we look at it too, the Solomon and all this, we don't even know if these people ever exist. However, when we look at Rastafari today, we just look at Rastafari in terms of a persona of some of these great, one of these great men, you know, when I say look at a Rastaman, you see that levity and that persona into most of them. So, you know, again, is a whole heap of things. So again, I want to say to the Brethren Rastafari, to the audience, that Rastafari in our common book, you know, is a reality. You know, however, Rastafari quote every day much about the Bible, you know, and apparently Rastafari was able to decode it, to bring it to a real meaning. But for I man Rastafari, my philosophy is that always the supreme judge is in the depth of one's conscience. Haile Selassie Rastafari.
Yeah. Rastafari. All right. Give thanks, Bongo Greece. Our esteemed elder, who's the chairman of All Mansion Rastafari in Trinidad and Tobago. Give thanks for the word sound of the brother all the time. So moving along, I see Queen Mother Moses. Queen Mother Moses, please unmute yourself and introduce yourself and ask a question to either of the guest speakers.
Greetings, blessed love.
Blessed love.
Rastafari. Give thanks for the moment and give thanks for the reasoning, you know, because it is well needed and it's a good time for I and I. It's good? Bless. Yes, I would like to take this opportunity, you know, to remember one of our ancestresses now. She was and continues to motivate I and I. I am talking about ancestress Ijania Christian. She sums up my position well. She says, there is nothing wrong with the Bible. What is wrong is that Neo-Rastafari in the new faculty of Rastafari are holding fast to Greco-Roman perspectives of the Holy Bible. Like her, I have been taught to read the Bible with understanding that has nothing to do with Greco-Roman perspective. And as one who has been a student of the 12 tribes of Israel, that even I see something different in my continued learning and path, I and I accept the teachings of His Majesty, which says the Bible transcends all boundaries of race, creed, or religion. Yet still, I and I must acknowledge, it says Ethiopia is a place where all gods love to be. And you cannot have an Egyptian, whether ancient empire or not, without acknowledging Ethiopia, never conquered, never, colonized. Therefore, knowing that Ethiopia definitely transcends the boundaries that what has remained freed from then till now, and recognizing that the Nile that comes out of the Garden of Eden has been shown to be the roots in Ethiopia. From the very beginning, Rastafari was an African spirituality. And I still holding on to that which is ancient Kemet and the 42 laws of Ma'at that had been, you will know Moses was in Egypt and it come to 10 and we overstand that. So don't think because the one them young and just had come to certain information that I don't dig it up and know and connect. Because you see all our holy mother that I have put to forget the balance as you talk about Isis. Our holy mother, the Omega, she talked about all women of the world where we hate. So you see when that hate war, you understand what that she said? So you see when she talked about that not to all women of the world, you guess what? She wasn't the mother, not to all women when she said that, she come as a sis. And I say, I sis, I mother. For all those words I give thanks, blessed love. Rastafari, live it. Yes, Empress Menenai, Alpha and Omega, balance.
All right, give thanks, Queen Mother Moses. I want to know if you have a question for any of the guests because today or you just like to leave us with a comment?
No, I just want to comment both of them that I do not think they are saying different things. You know, ones are on different paths, but know that Rastafari has always and will always be an African-centered spirituality. His Majesty said as king is equally Christian, Muslim, and pagan. Not only that, the Islam, when we talk about, you know, all the 6 star, yes, for 77,000 years ago, the 6 star of David, that up in a southern Africa was for the winter solstice and down summer solstice. And we know that the Arabs, they take the 6 star and them still use it in some name, not only the 5 star, because they saw it on Solomon's ring, and it was the seal of Solomon that became the star of David and Moors. Blessed love, Rastafari. I am my spirituality firm. We look at, you know, we not stop at nothing. Because study to show thyself approved, rightly dividing the word of truth. I would not give up the Bible because His Majesty say, in it we will in glory. And me going night and me study it about decades over and over. Every time I find something new, and I find Sir Rastafari. Truly, I fulfill that book. And it was never only that book, because I had Bible students. We had to use the metaphysical Bible dictionary also, and the Schofield reference Bible. So we have footnotes and cross references. You over and and also the philosophies and opinions of Marcus Messiah Garvey, who pointed us that to the spectacles of Ethiopia you guys see God, and without apology. You over and the autobiography of His Majesty, because you can't praise who you don't know him do, and him don't give us what him say. Blessed love, study to show thyself approved. Ever a student, more for learn in the spirituality of Rastafari, a way of life, African way of life, from that time till this time.
Give thanks, Queen Mother Moses, and definitely we'll be continuing some reasonings. Done seen it have a lot of ones and ones, there's a lot to say. So give thanks for that, you know. Moving along quickly, I see that niggas happen. You sort out your audio problems or unmute yourself, they came.
Mike still off. Okay.
All right, well, we're still not hearing you. It sounds like you need to just work out your computer audio problems, right? And we'll come back around. Brother Kingdom, I hope you're there. You unmute your mic a couple times. You have a question for any of our panelists, guest speakers here today? Right, so it look like some people will put up their hand and walk away from the computer or whatever it is. So, want to put up your hand when you're ready to speak, right?
I don't know how to put up my hand.
But melanated empire, is this something there?
True, my brother. Peace and many blessings to the eye. Give thanks for the guest speakers. What happened there? Can you hear me clearly?
We are hearing you good, man.
All right, man. Give thanks, Rastafari. Yeah, I know you said we have to call in if we have to ask a question, but I seen many people have been giving the input, so I don't know if the item would allow me to give a perception as well, and then I would probably get to my question.
Well, all right. Well, just keep it brief because you don't know. We want to respect everybody's time and everything like that. So keep your comment brief, and if you could follow up with a question to one of the guests.
All right, my brother, give thanks. First, I would like to say peace to Raskafa and peace to Ras Nigel still, and even the I. That reason has been long overdue. You know what I mean? I'd like to say the first caller, Empress Addis, who called in, she had a very great bill. I look forward to her book. And she gave a very fundamental...
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Huh? Hello?
All right, continue, melanated, and we'll come forward there.
Yeah, I was saying she gave a very good bill still, you know, and I would like to identify myself still as even a young man who even spent some time even within the Bushanti order.
Mm-hmm. One
I
second,
listen-
brother. If you could speak up or speak more directly into the microphone, because again, I have a problem to hear you good.
All right, true. You hear me
Yeah.
now? Good. You hear me now, King?
I'll hear that a little better, yeah.
All right. I was watching Ras Nigel's presentation, and in regards to the very foundation of Rastafari being biblical, I mean, the man showed all facts and evidence there. You understand? So if we go back now to the question that, you know, is the Bible really the primary conceptualization of Rastafari? I think that is a yes. But in regards to Rastafari now, presently, because remember that book was given to us, as Raskafa made plain many a times, by the Greeks. And we have this false notion that Christianity actually began in Africa, so therefore it is African. I would like to disagree, because again, it was introduced to us by the Greeks. It is true that they took certain texts from us and plagiarized it and twisted it and gave it in their own way and then presented it back to us. You know what I mean? But ultimately, that book is not really for us. Now, while we were growing, I mean, from slavery coming through, and it is said that the Bible was given to us to make us better slaves. And as I said in the comments, one of my questions to Ras Nigel was, does he think the Bible actually left us with a sort of psychological disorder, whereas we have this savior complex, like we're waiting for somebody to come and save us as a Black race and as a movement? You see, so ultimately, again, they're like, the Bible is the foundation of Rastafari. In the present world we're living in this age of information, and we have so much information showing that this is not our text, somehow we cannot let go of it. You understand? So, which is, in my view, the Rastafari movement, which is supposed to be a movement always moving, it there like for the past decade or so, it has been stagnant. Because the youths coming up today, seeing the information and seeing that those individuals that are called the Israelites in the Bible, because, I mean, come on, in order to write a lie, it has to be built off of some truth. So the same way you will find truth in the Bible, I will still show you the contradictions in there. So it's like we cannot again pick and choose. If we go back to Nile Valley text, you cannot really see you like the contradictions aren't there. And for Ras Nigel to ask Raskafa, where like, you know, did the people actually believe it? Remember, it's mythology. You cannot believe mythology. It's a mythos. It's not real. It's there to teach a lesson and teach a principle and a concept. Now, if we as Rastafari to a level cannot let go of the Bible, we'll remain stagnant. And a lot of bedrens, them I know, have disassociated with the movement because of it being locked to the Bible, which again makes the movement a religion. So ultimately, the elders, with one understanding and being presented with the truth and trying to find the synchronicity in it, just like the Empress who is writing the book and even the Queen Mother as well. Yes, most of what you're saying is true, but then there are still things we can point out in there. Because those places, take for example, if we go by just biblically, right, to show that the divinity of the emperor actually stems from King Solomon, Queen of Sheba, the evidence for the historicity of these individuals are still wanting. The place attributed to both of these individuals came centuries after the alleged existence. I even touched upon that in a presentation on my channel as well. So again, if it's that we look into the divinity of the emperor, it's like, if history now show that is fake, what we gonna do? So that in turn would actually needs it will have to see how versatile the movement is. Whereas, can we really step out from the stage of this acculturation, taking on a culture that we think is ours, but really and truly is not? It just has fragments of us, and become
all right, my brother. Alienated Empire. You see a lot of things there.
True, my brother. But my question to
I detected a question for brother Nigel there, so I don't know if you want to run it back more concise.
Yes, I'll run it again to the bedroom. The question is, since he is for the Bible, don't he think that the Bible actually left us with a psychological disorder of this savior complex, waiting for somebody to come and save us? Because according to the scriptures, is like we're waiting for Jesus to if he's crack open the sky and come with thousands of saints, or we're waiting for, because again, because of the Bible, a lot of
You get in that question then, Nigel? You have the question?
Yeah, they didn't leave us with the Bible itself didn't leave us with psychological disorder. As I said, it is the interpretation. And if it is the white man interpretation, then yeah, then you're gonna have a psychological disorder where you're waiting on a white Jesus. What Rastafari did was show a black Christ that came within this time and gave us information, gave us a way examples, give us teaching so that we can improve ourselves. So no, it depends on the interpretation that you're going by. That is what would give us the psychological disorder.
All right,
Okay.
brother Melanated, with that, I hope that was acceptable for your question for now, right? So
check one.
all right. If there's anything we come forward again to the Melanated, give thanks.
All right, true.
Give thanks again.
Give thanks for the question.
Yeah, man. That nigga happen. What's going on?
Hello, good day, everybody. I hope everybody's having a blessed day. And can everyone hear me?
Yes.
All right. So sorry I didn't get to catch this from the beginning. You know what I mean? So I don't know if this questions I have was addressed, but what would I would like to give a short statement, and then I'd like to ask a question to the both brothers, and I would listen to the answer offline, right? So I mean on the internet. So this is the question I have to Mr. Mesjehuti, right? Which is older, the King James Bible usage of the King of Kings, Lord of Lords, conquering Lion of the tribe of Judah, or the titles usage in Ethiopia? If it's from the Bible, then that means the Bible is the foundation of Rastafari. Is that correct? And my question to Brother Nigel is, is the Bible accurate? And did creation really happen 6,000 years ago? I thank everybody for your time. I'll listen to the answers offline. Thanks.
All right. So as far as I understand, the question to Rastafari is, if the titles of His Majesty were found inside of the King James Bible, that is the origin of these titles, and the question to Brother Nigel, what he want to know, ask if the Bible is literally accurate, and if the world or the chronology is 6,000 years old. So Brother Kafra, go first, and Nigel go seal up. You need to unmute your mic, Brother Rastafari.
Rastafari.
Highly.
I think I did mention earlier that the concepts, which include the titles and these things, existed before the Bible, whatever version you hold as the oldest, existed. You know, King James was 1611 or somewhere around there, right? Ethiopian version was definitely older than that, but the Ethiopian version too came from the Greek version, right? Which says that it came from an older Hebrew version, which no evidence exists for, right? However, regardless of the version, the titles and the concepts have been preceded by thousands of years by the Nile Valley, ancient Egypt, right? Titles of Kings, Lord of Lords, King of Righteousness, all these things existed before, right? So, yeah.
All right, give thanks. And Brother Nigel, your question.
No, in terms of the earth starting 6,000 years ago, no, I don't believe that it started 6,000 years ago. I believe the story of Genesis, when we're talking about as a creation story, where God is saying, well, you know, on such day I created this thing, and on such day I created this thing. These are periods of time. 1,000 years in the sight of God is a day. 1,000,000 years in the sight of God is a day. So what demarcates a day is the actual event that when the creation happened. Now, do I believe the Bible is accurate in terms of the creation story? I actually wrote a book on interpreting the creation story, and I find it is actually accurate. For instance, when it says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. That means he brought forth mass, basically, right? Matter. But the earth was without form and was void. That means it was not functional as matter. It was empty. And God said, let there be light, and there was light. No. What that is showing is that light is outside the very existence of matter itself. No, this is what science has found. That light itself is not not matter. How can light be described? They say, well, we can't describe it as matter because it's massless. It doesn't rest. There is no such thing as light as a stop point. Light has both the properties of a particle and a wave, which confuses the mind of even scientists, right? The other thing is when you look at matter, you can describe matter in terms of motion and relative motion. Any kind of motion is always relative in terms of thinking of matter, right? So we are like I'm here sitting in this room. We basically we understand myself as sitting still. You know, everybody else maybe in their room sitting still, right? So we understand ourselves as sitting still. That is relative. That's a frame of reference when we consider in the room. When we look at, but if we look at the whole solar system, we find that we're actually barreling through space, right? Circling the sun. So we are not actually still. So it depends on the frame of reference. With light, regardless of your frame of reference, the speed is always the same. So that confirms that light is something outside of matter, right? The other thing is when it says let there be light, remember before the creation of light, it was for matter was without form and void. Then let there be light. What was the light brought in to do? Was to wake up matter into life. That is what we actually find when we study matter. That matter is always engaged in processing light, and light is always affecting matter. From the atomic scale to even the geological scales, it is light that's causing motions and movements and activities in matter. The other thing is when you look at the creation story, you look at the creation of man, and God said, you know, let him eat all the herb bearing seed and all the fruits bearing seed after its own kind, right? God made man a vegan, basically. And we find out that in truth, the natural order is that man is a vegan and a you know, and that we are plant-based. So there's truth in that also. The other thing that I cite in that as truth is that when you look at there's a moral standing in there, that what is man's relationship with the animals? They're not for food, they're for companionship, right? Right? What is man's place in nature? Man was put in the garden to take care of the garden. Man's place in nature is to take care of nature and to respect nature. Why did God introduce another human being? Another human being was introduced for love and for companionship, not for torture, not for abuse, not for oppression. All right. So that to me gives me an idea of a moral order that was set forth and an accurate account of creation to me. The other thing that I observe from that story is the very nature of evil. What did God say? Well, if you eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, then you're gonna die, right? The devil came with a contrary concept, so you're not gonna die, basically. So the devil is accusing God of telling a lie. Adam and Eve, they basically believed the devil that they would live. But that shows the idea of the nature of evil. What was it that motivated them? The idea that they could be their own God. Ego. That the root of that of man's evil pertains to his ego. Right?
All right, brother. Well, I feel so for the concise answer of it, in terms of the accuracy or the 6,000 years old, you said that no, you don't believe that. You believe it more ancient and is a like an allegorical narrative.
Well, I would say it's more actual, but what our concept of time and concept of time presented in the Bible, we are interpreted from our concept of time. But the concept of time in the Bible is actually different.
Give thanks and praise. So Brother Melville Whitfield, I see you from the start had some question and you were raising up your hand and thing. I don't know if you're there right now and you're willing to ask a question.
Hello, Ross. This is Melvin. Good praise and thanks to the Most High, Jah, Rastafari, and rejoice before him. How good and how pleasant it is for I and I to dwell together as one. I would like to just make a couple of quick points. Number one, for Ross Nigel, I appreciate your slides referencing Barry Chavanez. However, I would suggest that as you make these references, to include other scholars. There's a significant amount of work and research that are conducted by others, such as Nettlefold, or we can go on and on. But as a presentation, include other references. My point to Ross Kafra, you mentioned something, Ross, and I don't want to paraphrase or get this wrong, but you mentioned something about African Americans and the cultural state that they're in right now. I am an elder. I will be 64 this year. I did not ask to become a Rasta. Rasta chose I as a vessel to spread the word. But I would like to share this. Because of my age, my Negressence was well developed before Rasta found I. Growing up in the 60s in the United States, one cannot help but to have some knowledge of Black culture, or at least the struggle of Black people as it relates to contemporary current events. So that is a part of my history. And I live here in what they call the DMV, the District, Maryland, and Virginia. And having worn dreads for over half of my life, I can tell you without question that I reason with many Africans, many West Indians, many Asians about Rastafari all the time, and have been doing that for decades. And I do not at all see that African Americans, for better expression, lack culture. In fact, we've taken the crumbs off the table left to us and made our culture out of it. And I have found that in my discussions with Africans throughout the diaspora, that there seems to be that same sentiment that you shared, that somehow African Americans lack knowledge of their culture. So I would, not as a criticism to either of the Rosses, but as an observation, note that many African Americans do take exception to that description of us as a population here in America. That is all I have to share. I really certainly appreciated this forum, and I hope that there are more, because I would like to participate in one of these in the future. Thank you. And again,
give thanks and praise Haile Selassie, King Rastafari. Brother Melville Whitfield, give thanks for tuning in. You know, we're going to keep the Rastafari Reasoning platform open and always willing to have full discussions with anybody who have something valuable to contribute, you know. That being said, Ras Jonas, I see you have your hand up a good while now. Please introduce yourself and say where you're calling from and make a brief comment or question. Thanks. Ras Jonas, you there with us? There with I and I? Well, I see Ras Jonas unmuted himself, but Like he not ready yet. What's your here rumor at, my brother?
That's Rasionas gone.
Yes, I hear you now, but you need to speak up or speak more directly into the microphone.
I think you might.
How am I now?
All your brothers hearing him good?
No.
Can you hear me? No?
I think you need to fix up the microphone settings. Thanks.
Don't worry, Alan.
Ras Jonas, you ready for us right now, King?
Can you hear me now? No?
Surely.
Hey, we could work with that.
Yeah.
You good there?
We can work with it. We can work with it for now.
All right. Okay. Well, I have one basic question for both Rastafari. And that question is, would you consider this imperial magic?
My brother, it's very hard to hear you. It almost impossible to hear you right now. So I don't know if you want to fix up your microphone or if you want to text your question into the chat room, because it's very hard to hear you right now. Who ready with the question now? When your hand up, please be like ready with your audio and everything like that.
Tell Rasionas to type his questions in the comments, and then maybe you can take it from there.
All right. Well, Ras Jonas. Because I've seen it have a few people with their hands up. So they indicating they have questions to ask. Man. Ras Jonas, you're there with us? Oh man, some people like the connection sticking or something. I'm not sure what really going on there. You know? Who is ready? Kingdom. I hope you're there with us. Kingdom.
Right here.
Yes, I.
You see me? You hear me?
Hearing you good.
You can hear me?
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
You hear me, right?
Yes, we hearing you, Kingdom.
I want to ask a question to everyone listening to you and to the two guys who taking questions at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Is that possible?
Who do you want to ask the question to? Who do you want to ask the question?
Both of us.
Everybody who is listening and the two guys who taking questions. I want to ask everybody one question.
Okay. Go ahead.
Why are you Rastafarian? And that's the question. And I'm going to put out a point to you now. If you are a Rastafarian, that means you follow Rastafari. Rastafari is highly selective. Rastafari is God. Rastafari all these words of the Bible.
You're breaking up, my brother. You're breaking up. Hello? I can't hear him.
All right. Well, it seems like if Kingdom have internet connection problems going on right now. I see you three brothers with your hand up. I hope your hand up because you have a question and you're ready to go. Brother, what's your rumor at? Let me try it again.
Yeah, man. I forces. Okay. I'm here.
All right.
This is David Kingdom come, okay?
Yes, sir.
Hello? Can you hear me?
We are hearing you good.
Yeah.
Good.
Yes, yes.
I'm saying to all you say Rastafari, Rastafari, be careful what you say. Because Rastafari is the elect of God. Rastafari is the 225th king in the next dynasty. Rastafari is a Christian king. So if you don't believe the Bible, leave Rastafari alone. All of you, leave him alone. You're just obstructing the truth that he came to give to us. He said we in Ethiopia are one of the oldest versions of the Bible, and he also said, I glory in it. Do you all understand what's the meaning of glory? Just leave Rastafari alone if you don't understand what it is you're doing, because you have to praise him and love him, because he representing God, Jesus Christ, who the Romans call Jesus Christ, is Yeshua. And Haile Selassie knows him, and Haile Selassie love him, and he's coming in his name. So if you don't do these things, leave Rastafari name alone. Don't follow the elders who take us all astray. False prophets.
Lose him again.
All right. So it looked like he jumped out again, but I think we was hearing the brother input. The question coming from Wasir Heruma at, I don't know if you want to read out your question or you'd like me to read it out if your connection, your microphone is working good.
Well, if you can hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now?
Rastafari.
Yeah. What I'm saying, the question I have for Rastafari brethren is, when we say Rastafari is God Almighty, is it saying that this man knew everything? This man was everywhere at the same time? Are we saying that this man was all powerful?
All right. Well, just my brother, the audio levels in and out. So just for the ease of the brethren and them, I would read out what you put into the chat. So Wasir Heruma is asking to the both races, is His Imperial Majesty omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent? So that's the question posed to the two of all.
Well, just to answer my thing briefly. At the spiritual level, yes, well, he's omnipresent, and the physical being represents the spiritual being upon earth. That's all I have to say.
Okay. So in terms of, so that's omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent.
Yeah. So the omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent God, which is there throughout all eternity, is manifested through this man, Emperor Haile Selassie I, and communicate through him. Yes.
Okay. And Rastafari, I don't know if you want to unmute yourself to answer the question.
Yes. Well, I say Rastafari is God, Father and Son, and these are qualities that God possess, because I mean, like, look at Rastafari in the sense that I come doing something that was not able to be done before, in the sense of this whole repair and rebuilding of a movement of the African people, this whole exercise in resurrecting a people that was once dead, in that sense, I would say omnipotent. Rastafari come knowing things, this wide body of knowledge. To me, those things are akin to the quality of omniscient. It's not that we know all things at the set point in time, but it's just, to me, it's a quality that a person within the divinity would manifest. It doesn't mean that we know everything, but it means that we know a lot of things relative to the ordinary person who is not within that divinity, because knowledge and understanding and wisdom would go with this spiritual practice, you know? Yeah. So that would be my question. Now, my answer to this question. Yes.
All right. I see that Negus happen with your hand up. Is it that you have a next question?
Yes, indeed. Good day. So, all right, everybody hear me clear?
Yes.
All right, good. So this is my question, right? And I started with a little statement. So His Majesty become the emperor in 1930, correct? And
Yeah.
his official title was Haile Selassie, right? King of Kings, Lord of Lords, conquering lion of the tribe of Judah, the elect of God, right? Now, the Western papers, the Western papers in the US and in Europe continue to address His Majesty as Rastafari. Now, it is my opinion that the people who was directly associated and around His Majesty could not address him as Rastafari, because that would be that would be like you're calling the general private or a sergeant. Right, so I want to know why the continued use of the word Rastafari when and calling itself Rastafarian when it could be Selassie Starians. You know what I'm saying? So if we are we going to continue using the word Rastafari when we addressing His Majesty, or is it proper to address him as Haile Selassie? And when we address him as Ras, and then we address everybody else as Ras now, then we put them on an equal level with every man. You know what I mean? So if it comes now that he is somebody that we does hold in high esteem and that we does actually respect his title, sure, well, why do we continue to call him Rastafari instead of Haile Selassie? Thank you very much.
Who are you directing that question to?
Oh, to the both brothers, to Ras Kafra and to Ras Nigel. Thanks.
Okay. Which one are they going to take that first then?
All right. Well, you know, I mean, this is off topic. I mean, if the movement is going with a change like that, then I would look at that as an improvement within itself. I don't see nothing wrong with it. But it's just a tradition that we have had for this long time to call ourselves by the king's pre-regnal name, by the emperor's pre-regnal name. But I don't see nothing wrong with calling I myself Selassie or whatever, you know, just to honor, you know, his name at coronation.
All right, give thanks.
Oh, sorry, I think you misunderstand the question. The question is asking is, why do you address His Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie as Rastafari, even though like the people who was know him directly and was around him and was serving him would not address him as Rastafari, as it would be an insult? Thanks.
Yeah, well, that is just part of the tradition, you know, that was handed on to I and I. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And that's just long-standing tradition as we find ourselves in. That's why when I started out, I always said, religion become a language that people express themselves and communicate. This was just the communication that has been established by tradition, and it's not just I didn't start it, but that's the language that's being used, and that's being used up to this present day. No, as I said, if that language change and you know and then I you know change the way I talk to accommodate the new lexicon then and work with that. But I don't see no problem with that, you know, to address I and myself that way. But as we going right now, it's just the current state of how things is. Just that's how we address ourselves. I mean, you can address that question to Bob Marley. You can address it to D Brown. You can address it to all of the rest of the whole community of people that identify as Rastafari. You know, that's not just for us here. You know, that's just wider than us. But that's just that's just the convention, and so we find ourselves within that convention and that expression, and that's oh, that's so, you know, we just continuing with that.
Yes, I give thanks.
Rastafari. It's not a question that anyone in particular could answer. I think that the fact that we're stuck with the movement being called Rastafari is just a happening of history, you know, that we've been stuck with. But for me, in terms of how I personally use it, you know, I would address him as Kadamawi Haile Selassie when I'm speaking about him particularly, you know. But if I'm reasoning within a context that includes, and I think I not so long ago used that reference when I said Rastafari is God, in the sense that I'm speaking of both father and son, you know, to have that collective, you know, that one thing that I'm talking about. So I think within that context, but then too, you know, the name Rastafari exists within the Kemetic language too. Rasta and Farai, right, or Perea, where the word Pharaoh come from. Rasta being portal to the ancestral realm, you know, and Perea, where the word Pharaoh comes from, means great house, right? So in a sense, Rastafari means that portal to Perea, you know, to the great house, which later became, you know, a title for the king, you know. So it has a meaning within the Kemetic context that I think quite coincidentally is relevant within that, you know, Kemetic perspective. So yeah.
All right. Give thanks. Well, I've been asking the audience. We have a portion of people tuning in as audience, but I've been asking if they have any questions, and I've seen anybody raising their hand specifically. So I find the bill was good. Give thanks because your brother here looking like he have a question. But what I'm saying is we'll soon be looking to wrap up the reasoning, if that's acceptable with the idea. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So, brother Maat, please ask a question.
Yes, I think I'm better. You hear me better now, right?
Much better.
Yeah.
All right, bless. Sorry about that. I was on speaker. Okay. My first question regarding the divinity of Haile Selassie was because there are two different ways of viewing divinity. There is the biblical way, which is a more Eurocentric way of a god of bigotry, creating everybody but just having a chosen few, a god of patriarchy. So when you put that against what we call the nature or nebeture, and that encompasses the whole of creation. So when we say Haile Selassie is God, we are left now to define what's the meaning of the God we speak of. Whereas God is a Germanic term. And most times we say God to our brothers and sisters, they think of a man in the sky. So they'll ask you, how could Haile Selassie be that man in the sky? So this is at the bottom, the foundation, the fundamental argument, which a lot of Rassis fumble and stumble with. If His Majesty was all powerful, why He didn't stop the bombs coming down on Ethiopia? If He's all powerful, why did He need to have courage? If He knew everything in times of uncertainty, how was He able to have courage? So these are the questions the youth will come to ask. And we have to be prepared to answer these questions because we all see it. Rastafari is dying. When I was a youth man, and I go in the spring, you know, I have to sit down on a log and burn around 3 spliff before I can get to go under the water. Right now, when you go to the desolate and bush growing there, the youth are not enthusiastic again in the movement because we are not keeping up with the knowledge. What are we going to teach the children? Creationism or evolution? Or will our teaching be another missionary school about Adam and Eve? These are the questions we have to ask ourselves as Rastafari. Are we ready to evolve? Because Haile Selassie, I talk about the evolution. That's why he always recommend reading the Prime Minister of India's works, Sevrapali, Radhakrishnan Sevrapali. Read his works and see what he says about religion. So the question I have is, what are we going to teach in our schools we plan to build? Thank you.
Very.
Well, my brother, before you go there, I don't know if you said some comments, but I don't know if you have a question to pose to the brother and them, or if you just wanted to reiterate that. But
yes, what are we going to teach our children? Are we going to teach them about Adam and Eve, or are we going to teach them about the Australopithecus, the Homo habilis, Homo erectus?
Okay, so my brother is talking about if you're dealing with, in terms of the appeal to authority, in terms of if we're dealing with scientific or biblical. Rastafari, you want to take that and we'll pass it to Nigel?
I will. The brother raises some serious issues, and again, you know, I stand with everything that he's saying, you know, because like I'm saying, the movement has found itself in a stagnant position because it has somehow morphed into a religion with dogmas that do not allow for expansion, you know. My position is that Rastafari needs to be that movement that it was in the beginning, you know, expanding and growing and moving forward in terms of acquiring new knowledge and these sorts of things, right? So how you know, it's a serious situation that we found ourselves in a community, as a community, you know. And I won't agree with the brother in the sense that Rastafari is dying, but it's just that, you know, in life you have the ebb and flow, you know, you have the ebb and flow, but there has been consistent growth. The fact that we, you know, himself and I have this perspective, and you have others who have this perspective, and we've not been a part of that stagnation, says that, you know, Rastafari has been growing, but again, the ebb and flow of life, you know. But there's much to teach. Like I'm saying that we need to restore the African philosophical foundation of Rastafari, and that means that we have to, now that we have access to it, you know, examine the African philosophies, the indigenous African philosophies, and so on. And it's a work, you know, in terms of taking His Majesty and the whole concept of divine kingship and fitting it within an indigenous African foundation, more specifically the Nile Valley, because, you know, like I said, that's the origin of the concept of divine kingship, and the culture was built around that whole notion of divine kingship, you know. And we find ourselves in now a situation where we have the concept of divine kingship, but we don't know how to interpret it, we don't know how to explain it, we don't know what to do with it, basically, you know. So that's my whole take on this thing. Rastafari is supposed to be a movement returning to the heights from which it fell, you know, where we fell as an African people. And we need to be involved in that. So we can't lock ourselves in within any particular dogma and doctrine. You know, we have to be breathing, you know, taking in and giving off and so on. You know, we have to be expanding and so on. So that is my position on the issue, you know.
All right, give thanks. Brother Nigel.
So what are we going to teach? Well, First of all, Rastafari, I must disagree with my Virgin Rascrafa. I just talk. Rastafari has always been a religion from the very outset. It was never a political movement. It never started out as a political movement. It started out, it came in to being as a religion, and it continues in that vein. Also, you know, we have to start this thing that you know it is scrubbed off of African contributions and African perspectives and so forth. That's also not true. But just to answer the brother, we are not an atheist organization. We've never been an atheist organization. We're not, and that has never been our thing from the very beginning. We are spiritual, biblical. This was our foundation. Now, in terms of what we teach what it is that what is consistent with our values and our history, right? We teach the Bible. We don't have to accept that you know, like Adam and Eve is necessarily literal. You see, I put forward that it could be interpreted and could be consistent with science in itself. So, but we cannot abandon our values, because at the same time, while we are cursing, saying the white man's way and the white man's teaching, we are then turning to them for concepts of evolution and these things, a man coming from monkey or whatever, you know. So that's not, that was never our teaching. That was never African spiritual foundations. If we're talking about African spiritual foundations, then we already have that in Rastafari. Rastafari is an African originated spiritual movement, and it has always been. And the imprints of Africa still remains in Rastafari. So we can teach all that. We can show that. And that, you know, if, in terms of children appreciating where they're coming from, that can be shown. And there's no shame in that. But to say that, what, you know, if we're talking about preaching like evolution, then we can preach it as an appreciation of how somebody else thinking, right? But not what we believe in. Because we have never been that, you know, devoid of a belief in the Creator and in a supreme God. Now, God in the sky is just a metaphor that for God being omnipresent, all, you know, and omniscient and just beyond human reach. It doesn't mean that God is just residing in the sky. We know God is here, there, and everywhere. So that's just a metaphor. So, you know, that's not that's not just a European concept of a God being omniscient and omnipotent, or, you know, being out there. That's just a religious or a spiritual concept across cultures.
Yeah, I just want to oppose the brother's statement that Rastafari started as a religion. You could only see that way if you're severing Rastafari from the greater African struggle. One of the first acts of Leonard Howell was to replace the portraits of King George with Kadamawi Haile Selassie. That's political. That's not religious.
No, that's the idea of Kadamawi Haile Selassie to him was Kadamawi Haile Selassie was God, was the new Messiah, right? This is in his own book, in his own writing. That's a spiritual move. This was a preacher. This was a preacher. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's not like Rastafari was a political movement and was always a political. Wait, hold on. What political?
When we talk about revolution,
what political movements do? Well, they don't need to be calling somebody God. That's not a political movement. Political movement don't care about your particular religious affiliation. They have political agenda that they specifically lay out and fight for. I already said that their primary purpose from the beginning was this message that Emperor Haile Selassie was the returned Christ. That is a religious thing. It ended up being something of a political nature because it opposed the prevailing concept around what God was and who and how Christ should be represented and so forth. That's if you can, but that's
As far from start was inherently political because it opposed the political structure, not so.
But what I'm trying to tell you, that's an effect. That's an effect of what the religious understanding that they were bringing forth was. That's the effect of that. You understand?
I think all the academics have accepted that the beauty of Rastafari, the revolution that Rastafari brought, was that it was a total revolution. That is why it was successful to some extent. The revolution could not be just a religious revolution or a political revolution or an economic. It was total. You know, there's the economic aspect of it too. That fact that Rasta come and burn all these different things from Babylon. We don't wear Babylon clothes. We eating with the eating and all these different things. So
that developed once the theological concept was articulated, then a lifestyle started to develop around that idea. Movement. Because when you're talking about politics, first of all, Rasta used to refrain from politics. At one point, they had gotten involved with the BITU, Bustamante Industrial Trade Union, at one point, and then they were disappointed by it. At one point, they had gotten involved with Michael Manley when he came back with a rod from Selassie, and then recession lick, and they said, well, they were disappointed by that. So there have been spurts of Rasta being involved, particularly.
I think we skew in the perception of
being defined specifically as a political.
All right, brothers. Well, I see in some ones with their hands up. So let's see if we can rope them in still and we'll get bogged down inside of one talking point. Melesek, I hope I'm butchering your name. Thanks. Come introduce yourself and if you have a brief comment or question.
Can you hear I?
Yes.
Okay, give thanks, Rastafari. So there's a lot I could address, but I first just give thanks for the reasoning because I think it's something that needs to be had. So one of the questions I asked is, because it sounds to I that a lot of ones are saying that Rastafari is primarily a religion. That's what it sounds like to I. And so the question was, those who are Christian, whether they are Ethiopian Orthodox, you know, some I guess are, some are not, but is Rastafari a sect of Christianity? That's the first question. And I guess a comment, you know, Rastafari is an act, the liberty and the movement is an act of Black self-love, Black self-determination, Black redemption. And I don't hear enough of that when I speak about the foundation of Rastafari. Because I think if we try to divorce those things from it, then I can just be Christian, you know. We can be any kind of Christian we want to be. I know a lot of I probably grew up in families that are Christian or influenced by Christianity, westernized Christianity. So I'm just trying to understand, you know, Rastafari is a liberty. It's not just reading the Bible and following what's in the Bible. It encompasses a whole way of life, you know, how we dress, how we eat, how we interact with one another, repatriation. You know, these are all things that are very important to the liberty and the movement itself. The item started to address some of the things that I wanted to hear, which was that, you know, it's a revolution. Rastafari is a revolution. It's not a feel-good religion. You know, it's not necessarily a peace and love thing that I tried all day. This is really about how do I reclaim what we lost. And so the founders of this, while it may, they may have been preachers, they were also, purported this as a way of self-love, as a way of redemption. And so I don't necessarily, yeah, that's all.
All right, so I'm not sure, but you had a question in there or it was just your comment?
The question was, is those who are Christian, those who are, I guess, Ethiopian Orthodox, is Rastafari a sect of Christianity? That's
All
what
right. So the question the sister is asking is if Rastafari is a subset or a sect of Christianity.
No.
Who want to go first?
Yeah, I'll take that on because it seems more directed to me. No, it's not a sect of Christianity. You wouldn't ask if Christianity is a sect of Judaism. Christianity has its own build, right? Its own identity, but it's rooted in Judaism, right? Rastafari is also rooted in Christianity. The belief has to be there. Judaism, where Christianity came about, is that there was prophecies in Judaism that led to the belief that the Messiah had come, right? And so you had Christianity arising about 2,000 years ago. Rastafari is now building off Christianity because there was an expectation that the Messiah is to come again, and there's a reading in the Bible that readings in the Bible that you can use to reinforce the notion that Rastafari is Christ in this time. That is what the founders did. But it's not a sect of Christianity. Rastafari is its own thing built off of Christian and African inputs. Now, in terms of the Empress talking about the liberty and things, what we know as liberty were features that were traditional in African culture, also features that came along later on, the dressing and so forth, music and whatever. These things are features that came along, but it started out as it is a religious revival, religious interpretation. That now, if you had seen the presentation I had done earlier, what I had shown was that the religion, the idea of that religion coming back from Mayal into revivalism, that the religion was not divorced from resistance. So it's not like, okay, we have a religious understanding, therefore we're not resisting. Okay, it was always coupled as one. The belief in Haile Selassie became a resistance in itself to what was coming out of England and Europe. That in itself constituted a form of resistance. And the whole notion of Pan-Africanism and all these things that are beneficial to Black consciousness was also built into Rastafari. It came in. When we're talking about Ethiopianism and the revivalism and things that are coming out of Africa and African tradition, it's already built in. So it's not like there's some sort of a compromise by being religious. The resistance, the Black sense of pride was already built in, and it was not compromised by the Bible at all. Not here now.
Rastafari, you had anything to say concerning that question?
No, that is a question for him. Because I born in fire on that position as well.
So both of you, just to be clear, the two guest speakers say that Rastafari is not a sect or a subset of Christianity, but I suppose that they come to such understanding through different perspectives still.
I'm going further than that in saying that it's not, I don't want to say it's not a religion, but I would have to say that. I mean, I know we fit into the legal definition of a religion, where it's just basically a belief in a higher power. You have a form of worship and a place of worship. That's it, right? So we fit that definition. But it's more than that, That's what I spoke of initially. It's about the effort of African people to liberate and to restore themselves, essentially, right? And in that process, you have to consider all the different aspects of culture. Religion is just one part of it, but then economics, rebuilding your social systems and your political systems and these things. So it is that all-encompassing aspect that you know, I'm holding that position. So it couldn't have started as a religion. You know, that's looking at religion from a European perspective. African would not make these different distinctions.
Well, that's something I had in my mind. Even how we fragmenting everything, the fragmentation and the reduction of everything is a kind of Western mental. So, but brother Bongo Grease, Elder, I see you have your hand up there.
Yes, again, brethren Kafa and Bongo Nigel. Yes. You know, great works with the eye, great works, you know. You know, this is always a very technical and intense reasoning, you know. Look at it. First I would ask a question and then I would continue with some small steps. Have any of you ever studied the Gnostic scriptures? 1. 2, because during the whole period of the conversation, we speak so much about black, and the Gnostic scriptures is one that I believe that give it the greatest incentive about John, because he said, I want to come, I'm not ready to latch his shoes. So the Gnostic scriptures is everything. Being a Rastafari and I are being Rastafari, I remember 50 years ago, you see, Rastafari is always seeking truth and right. And as such, Rastafari is based on liberation theology. Because I remember in being in ancient days, brethren, before even man reading the Black PB, man used to come to, you know, the brethren in Union Island used to come being given the lost and forgotten books of Eden, you know, where brethren quoting out the lost and forgotten books, seeking, you know. Again, that's why I say liberation theology. And as such, today we can know what is religion to some is superstition together. Once a lot of people try to base, there's always respect for the church, for the Orthodox church. There's always respect for many of the things, because Rastafari came out of many black faiths. Much of many. If you look at in Jamaica, Seventh-day Adventists, today are the most powerful Rastas. So there are a lot of black faiths, and I mean, Orisha, many faiths. If you look at the Caribbean and you study Rastafari carefully, we emerge out of many black faiths. However, out of those very said black faiths, Rastafari is something totally different. Rastafari is a reality. Rastafari, that's why we use many different liberation theology. Rastafari came out different because even within some of the African traditions, you can still see a facet of Catholicism. Look at Orisha, look at Santeria. There are still Catholicism, certain effects of Catholicism embedded in it that the slaves use. And are starting to shake the slave masters. So again, as I say, based on our liberation theology, you know, Rastafari survived because we stood for something, and we know what we stand for, and that is why today we exist. So today there are many questions people may come up to ask, as I heard people saying, what is Rastafari? Who is Rastafari? Is Rastafari orthodoxy? I mean, come on, you know, Rastafari is a reality. Rastafari is more than that. Rastafari respects everything. But overall, Rastafari is something that everybody been searching for and never find, which is love. Haile Selassie, King Rastafari.
Give thanks, Bongo Grease. But I didn't hear any comment, any specific question there, so we'll keep it moving along. My brother Wasir Heruma at, I see you raise back your hand. I would like you to unmute yourself and
listen. You know, I think we're forgetting something. We are talking about an individualistic concept of our relationship with God, with the divine. But we're not speaking about those there to come behind us. How many sages, African sages, do we know before the Bible? That's a question to Ras Nigel. How many sages, the works of how many sages before the Bible does he know?
How many sages? What do you mean? How many?
You know any sages before the Bible? African sages before the Bible?
Yeah, that's all over. That's all over Africa. In any part of Africa, there was a.
No, can you name me? Can you name me one that works that you know of? Because remember, we have to teach the children what they've never been taught before, which is their African history.
Right.
Now, it's sorry to say, the Bible touches nowhere near our African history. Religious Western thought is nowhere near African spiritual thought. You cannot call African spirituality religion. You cannot even classify it as a religion. Because in the Western world, it borders more on psychology. If you learn African spirituality, most likely you'll be counseling other people because it's a tool. So Rastafari is a movement. But if we're not moving, how can we call ourselves a movement? But when, go ahead, you're my elder. I respect
when you say African spirituality, that's a broad concept within itself, you know. There are many spiritual systems throughout Africa.
Yes, many spiritual systems, but all of them are founded. That's why Rastafari has go on to Kemet. Because in Kemet, you find pristine African thought. Before Islam, before Christianity. So you get essentially indigenous African thought. You cannot really call it any religion because it's a study of the universe and yourself.
So, my brother, so you want to reiterate? You had a question to
the question is to Ras Nigel, can you name one African sage, one African prophet before the Bible?
Virgin, you have African prophets all over the Bible in different tribes. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
The Bible.
Right?
Then I'll pose the same question.
Left words that you can quote from.
Huh?
I said, I'm thinking talking about.
Go to the Nuer. When you read the Nuer, right? And that's from East Africa, right? You're gonna read
what book is I speaking about, Brother Nigel?
Yeah.
The Nuem?
The Nuer. Right? And you read about their tribal system, They have their gods and their religious understanding of what their gods is. So if you're talking about sages, you have people at the local level that were spirit mediums. That's all over Africa.
So he's talking about like sages.
Brother Mesja Huti, I go reiterate it just within the neutral position. I believe what Brother Ma'at is asking, is he asking if you know of any notable or prolific African sage that is preceding the Bible that you know that they're wise saying?
Not off the top of my head, I can bring up I can just look it up and bring up a whole bunch of that. But what I'm trying to tell you right now is that there across Africa, you had a lot of spiritual systems. From the tribal to civilized systems. So when you're talking about sages, what you probably have in mind is always coming from one place, one civilization, one culture. That is all over. What I'm trying to tell you is that all over Africa there were tribal systems that had their own values, their own sages. Or if it were their own sense of leadership and spirituality, right? People acted locally as spirit mediums, not just from ancient Egypt, and there were other parts of Africa which were uncorrupted before European colonialism.
All right. Well, as far as I understand, I think in the gist of the purpose of his question was to ask you if you're aware of like African philosophy or teachings or so what come from preceding to the Bible, and I think that's where the question.
That's what I was telling him earlier. You know, the conversation can be balanced because we have learned about an indigenous African philosophical framework, and we also know about the Bible. Because we were brought up on that. But then if you just know the Bible and you can't maybe like reference something outside of that, then It's
Bridget,
it's an
Bridget,
issue. You know?
it's not. Wait, hold on. Let me correct you. I've read different African cultures and civilizations before. Don't get me wrong. I can't tell you off the top of my head what which ones are offhand, but what I can tell you in a general scheme, I've read Egyptian philosophy too and all that thing. Not that, but it's not my particular religious or spiritual expression. My particular spiritual and religious expression pertain to the Bible and His Majesty. Now you are having this thing where you're saying because of that understanding of the Bible, you have a particular obsession that you have, and a lot of it is pertaining to a resistance to the Bible. So yeah, often you're gonna name probably a whole bunch of people because that is what you.
No, but even if you just limit yourself to the Bible,
no, wait,
you should know that like
one voice higher. So just give him a little side note them Rastafari, let him finish up the point. Yeah, go ahead, brother Nigel, finish up.
Hold on. No, what I'm trying to tell him that him look that when him thinking of notables, him thinking of probably just Egypt or ancient Egypt or whatever, or what I'm trying to tell you, there were other spiritual expressions across Africa. You can think of the Nuer, you can think of people in West Africa, right? South Africa. These are people from the Congo that came into Jamaica and are their spiritual system. Queen Nyabingi, all these people, these are ideas of spirit that was African and traditional. Okay, so that when you're talking African spirituality, let's not be biased to one thing and think of Egypt. Come outside of Egypt and see and talk about the rest of Africa then, and talk about
I hear you. So Rastafari, you wanted to speak to that?
I just wanted to tell him, even if he just limit himself to the Bible, he should know about it, because it has already been established that the Psalms and Proverbs and these things were taken from sages, Kemetic sages. The Proverbs were taken from Amenemop. We know of other sages like Imhotep and Hardy Def and so on. So even Ani, but what I'm saying, they're even if you just limit yourself to the Bible, right? You should know the connection between the biblical wisdom literature, I think that's what they call it, and the African sages that they were taken from.
All right. First of all,
let me just say
two things. The Bible is a spiritual document, right? If you are a spiritual person and you read it and you connect to it, you accept its spirituality. For instance, no, if I'm listening to a Bob Marley song, and while I'm listening to the Bob Marley song, I say, what is God? Do this. Now you might go and start telling me who write the song, who produced it, who actually play the instruments, and you say, well, this is a man work and it can be attributed to these forces or whatever. That's not my concern. I see the thing and I realize its spirituality and its goodness and whatever.
It should be.
No, hold on, wait, let me finish. You have a concern that's not mine. Right, I read the Bible and I see within it the goodness and the spirituality, and I can connect with it as do 33% of the world's population. Right? You are wanting to say where it come from, or maybe it come from here and there, and then at a point you say you're not sure. It's not proven where the Greeks get it from to translate it, so you're not sure, right? No, that's not my concern. I look at the thing and I say, this is of God. You are going back and say, oh, it's this source or that source. That is not.
I just wanna branch out from this example that you use.
Yeah.
For example, Bob Marley sang the song "War" based on a speech of His Majesty.
Right.
So based on what you were saying, we should just accept the song and don't know the fact that it came from a speech of His Imperial Majesty. That's what you were saying, that it isn't important that, well, to know that, well, this song War actually came from a speech of His Majesty. So that if somebody is curious, they could say, you know what, this is nice words in this song and so on. And, you know, knowing that, well, it came from His Majesty, they could go to the actual sayings of His Majesty, see the context, even learn more about the individual who actually produced these words, you know, to get a fuller understanding of where the person who sang the song was coming from.
No.
You don't think that that's important?
If you will, all right, let me go back to what you said. If I listen to the song War and I hear it and I say, well, this is of God, and this is a God thing, right? So while I'm listening to it, I say this is a God thing and I'm contented. No, if as a Ras, I am now studying His Majesty and realize, oh, you know, that His Majesty is God, and I'm studying and study a speech, you know, that contributed to Bob Marley lyrics. And I say, yeah, well, you know, see, it's a God thing. But the fact is, I don't need to for that specific reason. Don't need to search for that specific reason. Just to be questioning Bob Marley or the song or whether it's legitimate or not. Suppose it was not written by Haile Selassie. Suppose it was somebody else that write it. Would that diminish the value of it? No, it's a spiritual song. It's a great song. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You are bringing up concerns that's not mine. That's not Haile Selassie's either, right? Because that's not something that he told us to be concerned with as Rastafari people. He told us that the thing is good. Now, regardless of what you might think the sources may come from or where you might believe they are from, the fact is the thing in itself, it is good and it communicates truth.
All right. Give thanks, Brother Nigel. I think we get your opinion there on that issue. Moving along, Brother Melvin Whitfield. I see you have your hand raised up again. You're there with us. You're ready to come in with your question?
Oh, I just wanted to address a point made earlier, and I don't know who was by, but the question seemed to me was Rastafari and Emperor Haile Selassie I, and why do we refer to Emperor Haile Selassie I as Rastafari? And I just wanted to give you what my experience is on this. Having come into this a long time ago, many people asked me the question, well, what is Rastafari? What is Rastafari? So this is how I was able to research it and find it within my own heart. Ras is a term that it means prince or head. Now, many the two participants and yourself, you call yourself Ras, and the other gentleman, Ras. I assume that means prince or head. And then Rastafari is Rastafari McConan. That's his first name, and that also means creation. So Rastafari means Prince of Creation. And so when one refers to themselves as Rasta or Rastafari, it in no way takes away from Emperor Haile Selassie I. It only affirmed as a acknowledgement of this that came after that. Rastafari Conan was the name of the young prince that ascended the throne. So we as followers are Rastas or Rastafari, and it is the common usage is El Rastafari Selassie I. Right. Rastafari Selassie I, meaning that you are a follower of Selassie I, Emperor Haile Selassie I. So, and when I get these questions, many young people today think that Rasta means righteous African stands tall, alone, or something to that effect. Righteous African stands tall, alone. And personally, I find it one way it's experiencing or seeking knowledge and growth, but on the other hand, It is not knowing the meaning of Rastafari Maponin, which
All right.
means
Well, one thing I would like to say, Brother Melville, because I want to, although it's always good and interesting to hear everybody's opinion and thing, we want to keep the conversation pointed and accurate onto want to hear the opinions of these two brothers here as the guests, because more primarily, one thing went out as a piece of misinformation in Rastafari is that the word Tafari mean creator. As far as I check into it in the Amharic, is really the word Fetari mean creator. And Tafari it means to be respected or to be fed. So that is a thing where many Rastafari brethren have always been saying that Tafari mean creator, and it does not mean creator in Amharic language. But moving along, I'm seeing ones with their hand up and they put it back down. So I don't know who it is. If it is your hand up as a new hand up or not. Brother Wasir Erumaat. Now, I see it have a lot of ones on the platform, being on the platform, and it's only certain ones with a certain confidence who are raising their hand to ask questions. And in fact, I'll take one question again, and then my brother, Reverend Kwame Kamau, wanted to address the audience as well. So I would invite him to make a few comments there. So, what's your room at? You have your hand up currently, or is it? Yes.
Well, the question is a very fundamental one.
The audio seemed to get back low, so I don't know if you could do what you did before and fix it back up to the loud quality.
Okay. You hear me better now?
Yeah.
All right. The question is, it goes back to the previous one. The question is, what are we going to teach? Because we talk about Rastafari schools. So are we going to teach science? Because the African spirituality is very scientific. Our priests were also our scientists. So the thing is, we are to build schools like we want to. What are we going to teach? Would we teach the Abrahamic myths? Or will we teach our Osirian myths? So that is what we have to decide on. Because Rastafari is a movement. And the kingship we speak about is not really about somebody ruling over others. The kingship really has to do with you being a master of yourself. Because the science of the Necheru came from an egalitarian society where everything was shared, and later it changed to the monarchical. But His Majesty still took away power from the monarchy, realizing that things are changing. So Rastafari has to change. Yes.
All right. Well, I know that I'm not sure if Reverend Kwame, if he's at the computer right now.
Yes, indeed I am.
All right, Brother Kwame. I know you wanted to heal up the man and thing, so give thanks.
All right, so I give thanks, of course, for what was an extraordinary build on today. Of course, kudos goes out to both speakers. Those who were in support, of course, of the primary biblical worldview as being the framework for Rastafari, and those who are acknowledging that that is indeed the past, that is indeed the foundation. However, like all other things that need to grow and other things that need to develop and evolve over time, there's a need for another step. There's a need for another body of scholarship to be added to the menu, the milieu, so to speak, of Rastafari. And so as an African reparations minister, a Pan-African philosophical and spiritual student and teacher, I can certainly identify with both parties. I want to also make the point that from a regional and even from an international perspective, as a member of the Congress of African People and as a member also of a group that is within the Caribbean region, which is called the Caribbean Pan-African Network, as well as other wider bodies, UNIAACL and other bodies. There is a very fundamental question that is being asked among Pan-Africanists, which is, what is the direction that we are to take with respect to our spirituality, with respect to the very fundamental question that the last commenter made, which is, what are we going to teach the children? I certainly want to thank Sister and Queen Adis for her contribution, for her trouversation. Certainly the chair of all mansions of Rastafari for a very a fantastic contribution as well. Sister Vanda, my Hebrew Israelite sister, for the contribution, and all of the others. But I want to make the point and then ask a question. I want to first make the point that within the Pan-African movement there is a schism at this point in time, as not only the AU but the heads of kingdoms and the heads of chiefdoms meet all across the African continent. One of the salient questions that is being asked right now in the underground is Ethiopia and the other Christian nations to be included within the greater Pan-African network because of their appreciation and their use of the Abrahamic faiths and the Abrahamic traditions. And so this question goes beyond just Rastafari, and while it certainly speaks to the cut and thrust of fundamental Rastafari issues, I wanted to announce that it's also a part of a broader Pan-African conversation. And some are of the belief that all things biblical, all things Abrahamic must be divorced, while others maintain that no, in making that sever, in divorcing, we lose a lot, because the Abrahamic faiths are certainly rooted in African philosophical and spiritual systems, while they have indeed been redacted and in some instances interpolated, in some instances used through white supremacist lens as a source and tool of oppression. I cannot help but notice and agree with the informants that Brother Nigel spoke to, that indeed that there is, as it were, what we would call within that framework an Afrocentric interpretation and overstanding and understanding of saying that can indeed allow us along the path of liberation theology, the liberation theology that the esteemed elder Bongo wisely spoke to. At this point, I would want to ask the brothers who are here on today, as well as the other kings and queens. There is a current body of work that I'm a part of called A Return to Eden, the African Roots of Christianity, which asks this and other questions in terms of what are our golden age, our classical civilization, philosophical and spiritual teachings, and are those philosophical and spiritual teachings in the classical golden age of Africa, of Ethiopia, in Libya, in Al-Kibulan, are they reconcilable certainly with the Christian liberty, with the Rastafari liberty, with the Black Muslim liberty, and other liberties that we find ourselves in. And so I want to make the point that it is such a powerful conversation that I don't believe that even if we were to sit here for the next 10 hours that we would be able to cover it. And so I want to thank the gracious host in Ankoma Jed for creating the platform and creating the opportunity for ones and ones to have this conversation, but at the same time make the point that there is a lot of scholarship where I am utilizing DNA, where I'm utilizing, as it were, archaeology, where I'm utilizing anthropology, where I'm utilizing Kemetic records and other pan-African documents to show that the Hebrew Israelite community is indeed African, and beyond it being African and a part of the Kemetic and the Kushite experience, that the Rastafari community certainly is a continuation of that ancient tradition, and they are not divorced from one another, but certainly there are some data points that has not made their way to our history books and our scientific conversations that we need to engage. And so the question to the speakers on the platform is, are you ready and are you willing to engage this scholastic exercise and to speak to the wider audience, this platform being one factor, and we certainly look forward to part 2 of this reasoning even on this platform. But besides this platform, are you willing to be a part of a scholarship that would objectively look at these issues, look at the data points, look at the evidence, look at the linguistics and all of the other informants that can contribute and make, as it were, an informed decision within ourselves as a Pan-African construct in terms of the way forward. So with that said, again, thank you so much for a fantastic evening. It's been 4 hours actually since we've been sitting here, and it seems as if the time just flies. So over to you, host. But again, to the speakers, are you willing to continue this conversation and to do that important investigative work so we can bring out all of those historic and scientific and sacred receipts that do exist in terms of the process?
All right. Well, give thanks again, Brother Kwame Kamau, one of my main brothers in this thing, guidance all the time, and is a wealth of knowledge. So you will pose a question to the brothers there if you're willing to further investigate these things scholastically, or if you have reached like a stagnation or a stop in the studies, you know.
Just for
Rastafari, you have any commentary to say?
No, I gave the floor to Ras Nigel. I'll go after him.
Yeah,
Ras
in
Nigel.
terms of scholastics and study.
1 second, my brothers. I don't know if it's me or what, but everybody, all the sounding kind of low. I don't know if you could talk more directly into the microphone or turn up the levels or what, you know?
Yeah, well, I'm doing the same thing as before. You hearing me any better?
I hear you.
Yeah, just in terms of Rastafari and such things as scholastics and whatever, we all know that we have to research, we have to go and so forth. That's not without a doubt. But if we are talking about coming to a conclusion, then where we say, oh, we're gonna burn out the Bible is of no good and of no use to us. Once we come to that conclusion, then we must also recognize that what we have is not inconsistent with the history of Rastafari in terms of its growth and development, and it is not consistent. Would not even be consistent with Rastafari, the person that advocated a certain position. But that being said, we have to recognize also that regardless of what we do and how much we do, there is always going to be questions. There's always going to be issue as to whether we have everything or the whole information is complete or not. That's why there's a gap, always a gap between religion and science. There's an aspect of it where faith just dictate a certain reality. That is just your reality, right? So whatever you come up with, or you might discover if you're realizing that you're going against His Majesty and whatever, then you have to realize either that accept that maybe there is some error in what it is that you come up with, or if you accept that as real, then accept that you are not no longer going along with His Majesty. You cannot accept them as God, the all-knowing, all-seeing, omnipotent. You understand? So that's a line that you have to realize. This distinction between faith and religion, and what between religion and science, and what it is that you believe that you can come up with. Are you able to come up with everything? There's certain information that you can come up with, but there is always going to be a doubt as to whether what you have is the truth, what you have is complete, right? That's that aspect. And then you have to try see, well, then if you believe that certain thing that you come up with would then contradict Rastafari, then you have to then say, well, I don't belong to that, because what their faith isn't what it is I believe, or what it is I accept.
Well, Rastafari, you have any rebuttal?
Yeah,
to what brother saying?
not really rebuttal, just really give him a wrap-up statement. Like I said, my position basically today was that, taking Rastafari out of that whole religious mold and putting it into its proper framework, that of a movement, from captivity to liberation, to restoration. And within that movement, it rests, that movement rests on acquiring new knowledge, digging up things and sifting it out and analyzing it and basically putting the puzzle back together again. That is what we are really advocating on this part. Rastafari must breathe. It must expand and contract in the sense of certain things that we see that are not functional to the movement needs to be thrown out. So we need that kind of approach towards Rastafari in this time. So to answer the brother's question, definitely I'm in support of embracing that kind of scholastic approach to the movement. We need Rastafari to be presented with additional knowledge and these things that we could sift it out and see where it could go and how functional it can be and these sorts of things. I'm against that whole religious approach, because when we talk about religion, we're talking about dogma, we're talking about no progress. So because there are a lot of things, like for example, I think I talked to you about, the whole theory of Solomonic descent, of the throne of His Majesty. There's actually a historic part to it, but no one has never really gone in search of that thing, because we talk about Solomon, we have no historical evidence for Solomon, but at the same time, we have a historical evidence for a King Simon, who in more than one ways basically reflect the story of who they're calling Solomon, because he married a Cushite queen by the name of Karimala. And, she is listed in the Cushite king's list of rulers. And then you had a Sorkomeni. And basically that lineage came down to who we know as the 25th dynasty. His Majesty in his list of kings identified the descent from the 25th dynasty, which is just a couple of kings below who they're calling Menelik IV, the son of King Solomon, right? So we don't have evidence for them, but we have evidence for the 25th dynasty. So that entire glory that His Majesty speak of in terms of descent from King Solomon and Menelik IV is actually from the 25th dynasty Kushite kings that ruled Kush and Kemet at the same time. So these are things that we have to go through, and the kind of academic approach that needs to be embraced. We can't deal with belief and these
All
things.
right, well, give thanks. So a lot of things being said in this afternoon session. You know, I'll take one more comment or question from the brethren who have the hand up, and we will look to wrap it up. As you say, we could always look out for Rastafari reasoning. It will be a continuing series of builds similar to this. And it might also, now this version here, we had two gracious brethren who could come and spare the time to have a pointed discussion about this issue. But going forward in the future, we might have one brethren at a time or one sister at a time, and then allow for panel discussion afterwards and whatnot. Yeah. So my brother Nigel Daring and Raskafra Miss Jahuti, I tell you again, give thanks for your time and attention, and give thanks for all the works that the ILM have done over the years and continuing to do, strength to strength. It really was an iron sharpening iron event. A lot of different information come out, and even to hear the voices and opinions of different ones from across the globe and things. We do give thanks for that, So I would like to invite the brothers and them to give any closing statements, and we'll look to wrap it up. Give thanks.
Yeah. When we are talking about the Bible as to whether it belongs in Rastafari or to the future of Rastafari, we have to also ask what is the DNA of Rastafari, and what is Rastafari really? Now, as I have shown that from the very outset, Rastafari has proven itself to be a religion. Now, religion isn't a European concept, and we don't have to keep thinking religion Europe, all right? Just religion just as a concept that human beings embrace. It has been a religion from the outset, and by its stance as a religion, it has had impact on in political realms, economic realms, social realms, and it continues even unto this day. The Bible has been from the outset a part of the DNA of Rastafari. It cannot be not within the DNA of Rastafari. The day that we decide that we are going to throw away the Bible, then we have to cut the whole idea of Rastafari, change everything about it, and scrap it for what it is, right? Because then we have lost its identity, because the very head of Rastafari, the very person after whom the movement is named, came out with a very fierce position in defense of the Bible, and it's an unambiguous position. We don't believe that this is something that he made up just said, because of pressure or just because of context. Then we can therefore question everything else that he said. All right. Now, when we're talking about digging up history and so forth, and in terms of Rastafari, you can dig up history, you can come up with information, and just like the brother just presented some information, that it doesn't have to be true. And there's a certain, and that's part of what we you have to recognize, that within a religion there's a faith dimension to it, and if you have to have the faith that Rastafari, with normally sometimes we depart in each other, we say keep the faith, right? That's part of who we are. It's faith. It's not just a matter of just science and things. So even certain things that you might come up with, if we start and still have to evaluate it in terms of our faith and who we are. Okay. Now, when we're talking about developing Rastafari, cut out the Bible, we might as well cut out anything else that His Majesty said. We might as well just scrap the whole idea that we have a movement being led by this leader, and rather just turn it over to ourselves, turn it over to and become atheists, meaning we are agnostics. We don't believe in anything in particular. We just keep on searching and searching and searching, which that becomes an endless concept. The idea of faith is that you have to reach a point of acceptance of a reality that's beyond human conception and beyond the material realm, and that's what should sustain us. This is what His Majesty believes in. He believes in faith and the power of faith, and that's it sustained them. He said that it sustained them. He spoke of religion. He spoke highly of religion. He was not bashing religion. So when we are talking about bashing religion or bashing Rastafari as religion, let's remember what His Majesty was, what he stood for, and that should be what we are at. Essentially, we are after all, we are in the man's name.
Give thanks and praise Nigel. Brother Kafrani.
Yeah.
Closing comments.
Yeah, I just wanna bless everyone for basically, staying on to ask questions and make comments. I fully fulgied today's activity, and I hope that when we do it again, I know you were suggesting maybe individually, but I kind of see maybe we could have like maybe 2 or 3 holding a position against another 2 or 3, and having that kind of interaction as well. But again, I just want to reiterate my position on the topic itself. Should the Bible be the primary meaning, most important conceptual framework of the Rastafari movement? Based on what I've heard today, a lot of ones are in the position of saying no. We acknowledge the role that the Bible has played in the beginnings of Rastafari movement, but we're saying that we've reached a point where more is needed. Brother Wusa Heru asked the question of what are we going to teach? The Bible doesn't give us much, but if we deal with our indigenous African spiritual system, as he said, we know that that is science-based. So for example, if it is that we have to deal with the mythologies of the ancient African traditions, we have to study astronomy and all these different things, so it's not just learning some story that isn't tied to science. If we're going to study about Ma'at, we have to actually study about Ma'at, what we're calling mathematics and these things, the practical aspect of it. So that is what we're talking about. We examine African tradition and we see why is it that Africa created civilization, created the arts and the sciences. Those things came out of the African philosophy, right? And so it is imperative that the African, in moving forward, in building a strong, as Marcus Garvey said, civilization that the sun would shine upon ceaseless as it shines upon the empire of the North, that has to be built on African foundation. It cannot be built on something that, first of all, we don't even control. The authorities on the Bible are those in Italy and all these different places. Now the Kemetic studies are in the hands of African because the Egyptologists have hit a brick wall. They cannot go any further at the moment. Now they're following the young Africans who are now exploring and reinterpreting Medu nature and the Kemetic civilization from an African perspective, because to get the full meaning, you have to study the Bantu languages and all these different things, right? So that is what we're in. We have to, if we're going to talk about, as the brother asked, what we're going to teach, we have to teach astronomy, we have to teach chemistry, we have to teach physics, because all those things came out of African, the indigenous African philosophy, right? So that is what we're pushing in this time. We are involved in an act of restoration and rebuilding our ancient African civilization. And there's a word that I know Rastafari don't use a lot. We need to be involved in the building of our civilization, because when we study African history, we can hear about this particular African civilization and that particular African civilization. What about the Rastafari civilization? That is what we need to be involved in, right? And all aspects that come with civilization and our unique mark upon it. It can't be a Christian mark. It has to be something uniquely Rastafari, you know? So that is what I want to leave with my brothers and sisters tonight. And I hope that, you know, we continue in the vein of researching and reading. You know, Marcus Garvey didn't go far in school. He went up to second form, but he was greater than any other African leader the diaspora ever produced. Why? Because he read, and he read and he read and he read. There's no great leader ever that did not read. You know, even Toussaint, you know, the history tells us that he read and he read and he read. So, you know, we have to keep accumulating new knowledge. We cannot be narrow-minded. We can't hold on to dogmas and these different things because we haven't discovered everything, rediscovered everything there is to rediscover about our heritage and our past. So I want to leave it there for tonight. Rastafari.
All right. Give thanks, Brother Kafra. Yet again, I want to say give thanks for everybody who spend time out of this Sunday evening to come and listen to the opinions and hear some different points and study some things in itself. Give thanks again, my brothers, for the time and attention. I know that we will keep the network and try to deal with some productive things for the community and the betterment, even the whole world. Ailey, Selassie, King Rastafari.
That's Nigel.
Yes,
Ailey, Selassie, bless you.
Yes, love, Rastafari.
Akoma, bless you. Yes, sir.
Right, brother. So I stopped the recording and